Also, one of the individuals who did the phone download of the defendant's phone is going to testify very briefly today about the fact that he did the download and just a little bit about what he discovered. Most of that's coming in through the lead investigator. Obviously, the phone hasn't come up in testimony yet, so to the extent that there's any sort of, some of the stuff from the phone's already come in, so I don't think there's going to be an objection to not having laid the proper foundation because no one has testified about taking the phone from the defendant yet. I don't think there's an objection to that, but he's another one that we have to get in because of conflicts. So just putting that on the record, I think we're okay there.
Any issues from defense counsel's perspective with that? I don't have any issues, but if you have any, let me know. All right, that's fine.
The other issue that Mr. Scully and Ms. Strazik mostly have been talking about this morning is the defense has let us know that they plan on putting in all of the text messages between Ms. Church and the victim between November 1st and his death. It would be the Commonwealth's contention that those are generally hearsay and not admissible. But there are a number. I mean, we're talking a sizable number of text messages there. I expect that those would have to come in through Trooper Williams, who's going to testify on Tuesday. So that'd be an issue that's got to be dealt with. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but I think it might save us a lot of time if we deal with it before then.
Well, that's one of my issues. So I very much want to deal with that in advance. Is that correct, Mr. Scully? You believe that you would attempt to admit those texts through that particular trooper on Tuesday?
Yes. And just for a little credit, we have been going back and forth with hundreds of emails and redacting old stuff and getting on the same page everywhere we can. This will be one of the differences, and I thought it might come up today depending on how deep Commonwealth was going to go with this witness who did the download. Was he also going to be deep into other text messages, images, and so forth? He's not going deep. He's just going to this one area, I think, of these videos that Judy Church had taken of Mr. Fowler that we heard about when he was at her house around the time of the 911 call. So a long way of saying, as a result of that, I've decided not to, try to bring in these things through this trooper who may never have seen them, save them for Mr. Williams. And as a preview, I think that the primary reason that the defense will submit them and submit that we should be able to question the trooper about them and then also introduce them as exhibits is this is part of the Bowdoin defense. Maybe the real core of the Bowdoin defense is that and you've heard this in opening and suggested through some other witnesses and at sidebar, is essentially that the police took some preliminary statements, primarily all on one day in one place with the family members of Leroy Fowler, and focused their investigation exclusively on Judy in sort of warp time, and seized her cell phone. She wasn't arrested when she seized her cell phone. She had come in and given a voluntary recorded statement. They took her phone on that day, so they had it to search. And later, when they went to the grand jury to present this case, what was revealed on the phone that we think is very relevant is that from November 1st until the phone is taken from her in her interview, which I think was November 14th, there are text messages throughout that show a very loving and positive relationship in November, which cuts against the grain of the Commonwealth's motive that she would want to kill him. There's the conversations about going to Florida, moving, packing, and then on the night of November 11th, they text each other all night. The texts are very kind of sexually graphic, but the gist of it is Leroy's in the back room sending sexual messages to Judy, who is responding kind of all night long about how those are good messages and good ideas that he's having.
Well, I think I've got the gist. I'll want copies of the text so I can review them over the weekend.
I think that makes sense.
I've got the gist of why you say they're admissible in pursuit of a Bowdoin defense. I'll hear from
Yeah.
the Commonwealth, who's objecting to the admission of most or all of the texts. But I will have reviewed them and had a sense of them, so we can have an informed conversation outside the presence of the jury about these and take our time, and I make my rulings, which is exactly how I want to deal with these things. So I appreciate that counsel have been exchanging these texts and exchanging their views, and we can vet the issues outside the presence of the jury.
And there's just one more thing that I think will help the court, is that we also view this as kind of very much tied into the particular presentation at the grand jury in this case, which was just the one witness, Trooper Williams. He testified substantively for about 23 pages worth of a transcript, which is in the court file under the motion to dismiss. And we can provide another copy along with these text messages to help with the Bowdoin analysis. None of the phone information that we say now was exculpatory and contrary to the gist of the grand jury evidence presentation was submitted. However, they did present basically the evidence that they're presenting at trial. Sorry, I don't have a cold. I just have something in my throat. But they did present like the statements that they've attributed, via Tammy Carbone, via Leroy, the ones they're going to bring in via Michael Hawkins. The other evidence that they're bringing in was really summarized by Trooper Williams sort of succinctly throughout the grand jury. And in our opinion, what was left out was, all of this other evidence that they had. And they didn't submit in any form, including there were no exhibits presented at the grand jury.
Well, we'll have that discussion. I will tell you, just so you know, my preliminary view on that is that we are not going to be litigating an Odell motion in front of this jury. And what you're talking about in terms of the grand jury presentation sounds exactly like an Odell motion. So normally, the fact of the indictment is neither here nor there. As I've told the jury over and over again, it's merely a formal accusation. It has no evidentiary weight. So I am skeptical about the propriety of introducing evidence regarding what was presented to the grand jury to secure the indictment. But we'll have that discussion.
And it's not Odell, and we're not raising this in an Odell perspective or the legal framework or arguing it. It's the way we're presenting it or trying to present it now to this jury is evidence of bias, that the police were had a one-track mind at that point. Didn't have an open mind, may not have even done the work and looked at our text messages. I don't think that they had.
The fact that the Commonwealth proceeded to a grand jury to secure an indictment against Ms. Church for first-degree murder shows that she was the person they'd focused on. Again, I'm skeptical that what they put in and didn't put in the grand jury is appropriate subject for evidence before this jury, but we'll have that discussion then. I at least understand it. I'll take a look at the text and then we'll have that conversation.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Strasnick, anything else from the defense perspective? Is that all you wanted to tell me, Mr. Scully?
I think that's all, yes. We would need I think the clerk has certified copies of medical records that might come in today.
Mr. Scully, they are right up here on the table. I notified counsel.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Narkunis?
Judge, the only other thing, and I hadn't, we had subpoenaed in under 279 the medical records from his personal doctor, Mr. Fowler, and I think they would just come in through that alone. But I believe that the son would talk about he may have taken him on occasion to his doctor, and then I'm not going to cross-examine him on them, but I just thought get them into the record, I would introduce them. I don't have to today, but I could do it.
Normally, if the records have been certified and come in, they can be marked as an exhibit, again, subject to redaction, because I think there's always things in medical records that need to be taken out.
Need to get that through him.
Any issue with that, Mr. Camilio or Ms. Strasnick?
I mean, that doesn't matter when they get marked.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Strasnick, you had something?
Just a couple things. When we were here on Wednesday, there was Exhibit 5 was entered by defense counsel, but only a portion of one of the text messages was...
Two words on the text that followed what the Commonwealth's exhibit texts.
What I did was I redacted that. I was able to make it on one text. I don't believe there's an objection to replacing this redaction.
So single exhibit that now contains that response by Ms. Carbone to the last text that was in the Commonwealth's original exhibit.
Correct.
So we substitute this version for that one that was marked. That's acceptable to me.
And that's by agreement. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That was exhibit 5. Can you do one more exhibit? Can you do a sticker for 5, please?
And then I don't know if this should be marked for ID.
Why don't we do that?
We can.
And then I have two more little things.
Okay.
So the former number 5 will be marked as F for identification. That is. Did you mark that? Okay.
And Mr. Norkunis, you have the medical records in your hand? We can have those marked as well.
5 has now been so marked.
They would come in as an exhibit.
Yes,
8, correct?
subject to redaction.
Our next exhibit is 8.
That's medical records.
So marked.
Ms. Strasnick.
Thank you. Today we're going to be playing the first interview in time of the defendant. We've agreed upon the redactions. I'm just seeking to introduce the unredacted interview 1 as well as interview 2 unredacted as identification, just so the record's complete, and then we'll do interview 2 next week, the redacted version, once we agree upon that.
All right, so for identification, the unredacted 2 recorded interviews of Ms. Church.
Oh, is that marked
This
for
is
ID?
ID only.
ID, okay, that's G. Cool.
And then
That's okay.
my last thing at the moment is during the motion to eliminate regarding the text messages between Leroy and Tammy, Your Honor had gone through the 16 pages and indicated which ones would be, with Barb and Leroy, which ones would be admissible for his present condition and which ones you believe would be relative to the prostate cancer. I have taken the 16 pages and made them into, I believe, 4 with the redactions. I left the text message with Barb, but took out the content just so you could see that there was a conversation, but not the hearsay statements, and I don't believe that there's an objection. They don't need to be marked, but I don't know if the court wanted to review them. They'll be marked next week, just to make sure they're consistent with your order.
I would appreciate that. So if I understand you, the responses, which I didn't view a single response as shedding any real light on the true declarant's statements, but you just leave that so they know that there is some response in between that, which makes sense. That's a good way to do it.
It just seemed a little weird to just have the responses, and then what I did was I put the 2 relative to the prostate cancer on separate ones, just because I know the court was still considering it.
All right.
But they've been provided to defense.
Okay. So I will take a look at those. We'll finalize that, but I appreciate those efforts.
Right. We appreciate those efforts as well, and they look to be accurate. I did have a chance to review them, and for the most part, we would just have already made our objections and note them for the record.
I will, because, yes, I made some rulings, and you objected to some or would object to some, so that's fine. Your rights are preserved.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, why don't we? Thank you.
You're welcome. These will be marked as H for identification.
If that concludes what counsel needed to discuss, I just want to see counsel at sidebar very briefly to discuss my matter, and then we'll proceed. We're sorry to have kept you waiting. Counsel and I were dealing with some legal issues in an effort to try to streamline things a little bit and to avoid too many protracted sidebars during the course of the day. So sometimes it may be frustrating for you to be waiting for us to get going, but generally those delays mean the counsel and I are working hard to try to make things more efficient, and in the end, they generally are more efficient as a consequence of that. I'm going to pose to you those 2 questions I told you I would ask every morning when we first convened. Since we last saw each other, has any member of the jury discussed the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves? No. Since we last saw each other, has any member of the jury seen, read, heard, or overheard anything from any outside source about any aspect of this case? No. I should have mentioned this on Wednesday, but obviously we've had a camera in the courtroom filming these proceedings, and although I don't check myself, I understand that there is some ongoing daily press coverage of this particular trial. You must scrupulously avoid any exposure to any such information. So if, for example, you are a nightly news watcher, I suggest that you either desist watching the news during the local news, that is, during the duration of this case, or you make sure that if you hear anything starting to be a segue into any press coverage of this trial, you shut off the TV or go in another room. You must not be exposed to any such information. For the reason that I've told you over and over again, it's fundamentally important to the integrity of this process that our jurors decide this case based solely on the evidence that's presented during the course of the trial in light of my instructions of law and not on any outside information, any expressions of opinion, or anything else you might hear from any person or through any press coverage. And I'm confident that each and every one of you will, in fact, follow those very important instructions. So we are continuing with the presentation of the Commonwealth's case. To my recollection, the witness, Leroy Fowler III, was on the witness stand in the midst of direct examination, I believe. Oh, cross.
Cross.
We were at cross with Mr. Narkunis. So we will have that witness recalled to the stand.
Can I ask you to take your seat again, Lisa?
Mr. Fowler, I'll remind you that you remain under oath.
Yeah,
Be seated.
thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Mr. Narkunis, you may proceed.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Fowler.
Morning.
My name's Stan Norkunis, and along with Sam Morrissey and Liam Scully, we represent Judy Church in these matters. And I'd like to ask you a few questions here about your relationship with your father.
Sure.
And you had indicated you believed when Mr. Camilio asked you about that it was reasonably good, correct?
Yeah.
But there were times when, as in any relationship, that wouldn't have been as good, correct?
Sure.
And there were a couple times, or at least one particular time in 2020, when the two of you weren't talking, right?
Yes.
And nor were you seeing each other, correct?
Yes.
And how long did that extend for?
Maybe a year or two.
Okay. And that was at your instigation, correct? You had indicated to your father you didn't want to have any contact with him for a period of time, correct?
It's kind of both, I would say, not just one-sided.
Okay. Now, the relationship with your father, at some point in time, you and he moved in with Julie Haskins, correct?
Who?
Julia Hawkins, correct?
We moved in with her?
Yes.
Yeah, when I was a child.
And how old were you?
It was maybe. Well, I seen him often. It was weird. So I lived with my aunt when my mother passed away, and then I see my father on the weekends until I was probably around 10, maybe 12.
But you considered, I believe you said, as to Julia Hawkins, you considered her to be your stepmother, correct?
Yes, sir. My mother died when I was a child.
Okay. And therefore you had great affection for her, correct?
Of course.
And in the context of living there, your father lived there with you and her and Michael Hawkins for a period of time?
It was mainly me and her and my father. Michael was an adult at the time. So, I mean, he periodically stayed.
And at some point in time then, while you were still living there, your father then left that relationship to begin a relationship with Judy Church, correct?
I wouldn't say he left. It was both, I would say. He was with both of them.
So he was continuing to part-time with Ms. Hawkins and then also having a relationship, to your knowledge, with Judy Church at that time.
Yeah, he was with Julie all the way till she passed away.
Okay. Well, during that period of time, all the way till she passed away, he was also seeing Judy Church, to your knowledge, correct?
At times, yeah.
Okay. And where there would be times when he would be gone for 2 or 3 days, and you believed he was with Miss Church during that period of time?
It was hard to say who I believed he was with. My father was with whoever he at the time.
Okay.
It's hard to say like what woman, as much as embarrassing it is, but
Now, following when Ms. Hawkins passed away, you then and your father went to live with Ms. Church? At some point in time, you moved in with Ms. Church, correct?
I lived above with my, at the time, my son's mother.
Okay. But that was in a home that Ms. Church owned, right? When I say you lived with her.
It was
in
in
the
an
same
apartment.
building?
It wasn't in the same actual apartment at the time, no, but it was in the same, I guess, building.
Well, you had told us that you did live for 1 year in the same unit?
Yeah, that was later on when me and my son's mother split up.
Okay. So when you moved over to with Ms. Church, you were living in your separate apartment and you had a companion with you?
Yeah.
Okay. At any point in time, did you feel hostility towards Ms. Church because of what your father had done with her while Ms. Hawkins was ill?
Nope.
Now, and you think the relationship with your father in 2020 could have lasted for 2 years, that when you no longer were having contact?
It's hard to say. It was before I got married, but yeah, I would say around 2.
Well, did you actually take out any type of paperwork to tell him he couldn't come near you?
Yes.
Okay. Would that have been a restraining order?
Yes.
And that lasted for approximately some extended period of time, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, when you were there at that house, and your father was living with Miss Church at that point in time, during some period that you were there as well, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you a couple of photographs and ask you if you can identify the people in those as being
Yeah.
the people that you were with. Give them to you one at a time.
Sure.
First photograph. Be able
Yep.
to identify who's depicted in that picture.
Yep.
Who would that be?
Judy and my father.
Okay. Would you be able to approximate a time that might be? If you can.
He had his white goatee. I know it's a new report, so I would say maybe around 2022, 23.
Okay.
I mean, 20, yeah, maybe 21, 22.
Okay. If I could be marked, Judge.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
It may be admitted.
Judge, when they're all three are done, I'd like to be able to display them to the jury on the. Can I show you in a second?
You may do so.
You're going to identify the people that are depicted in that photograph.
I can't see the guy in the back, but it's my father and Judy.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't know who like those other people are.
Approximately the same time frame, perhaps?
No, this was before. This was when they first kind of started dating, because it was my father's old motorcycle.
Okay.
So this is when he was with Julie.
I'd move that into evidence, Judge.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Exhibit 10, so marked.
And finally, this photograph.
Yep, that's Judy and my father. I want to say this one's more recent. I think this is when they were in Florida.
Would that have been 2022?
Yeah, I don't want to say specifically because I don't know the exact date, but maybe 21, 22, yeah. Because I know they visited a few times.
I'd move that photograph into evidence.
No objection? Exhibit 11.
If I could display those to the jury through the E-mode or L-mode, Judge,
Yes, you may.
assuming I can. How do you get that to?
The younger generation goes to work. Thank you, Ms. Morrissey.
That's good.
Is that good?
This is which exhibit was just up there? Just tell us which exhibit's on the screen
That's,
at any time.
Number 9
Number 9. Okay.
and number 10. And finally, number 11, Judge. Thank you. Now, you had indicated that I think you're working construction, correct? Some sort of construction aspect?
At what time?
In 2022,
No, I was working for the same company I work for now.
which I thought that was, it dealt with construction and you were management.
It wasn't.
What is it exactly? that your company-
So basically, I go around properties that my company owns that other people can't figure something out or need help. I'll go there to problem solve. Sometimes it could be construction, plumbing, but not really a construction company.
All right, but facility management could be a better term for it.
Sure.
Okay. And I think you had told us back on Wednesday, November 10th, you had been in contact with your father about collecting some money for one of the projects you had him work on?
Yeah, I had to pay him for it.
Okay. And that would have been the same thing, some sort of facility management project?
No, that was separate. That was on the side. And nothing to do with my company that I work for.
But you did indicate that your father was doing some jobs for your company, right? You did. Occasionally, you'd be able to give him a day's job?
I would give him a day's job that was separate from my company, but never with the company that I work for, no.
Oh, all right. Okay. And those would be the same thing, some sort of, if I say construction, might be
Yeah.
rebuilding something, reconstructing something, not a huge project, right?
Yeah, my father was mainly good at construction, like framing, et cetera, stuff like that, windows, siding.
Okay. Labor intensive.
Sure,
Okay.
at points.
In September, October, November of 2022, you were giving him work such as that?
One job, yes.
Okay. More than one job?
Nope, just that one.
All right. That you were collecting the money for?
Yep.
And to your knowledge, was he otherwise doing any type of work?
I'm not sure. I didn't really ask. I mean, I knew he always had little things going on, but he didn't have any like jobs that I knew about.
Okay, but he was still physically active during that period of time.
To an extent.
Yeah. All right. And he was also, were you familiar with the fact that he was also redoing bicycles?
Yeah, he told me about that.
Okay. Was he himself riding bikes?
Never that I seen.
How often would you be in contact with your father on a weekly basis?
Prior to the disagreement we had,
Yeah. Well, from, say, in 2021, 2022.
I would say at least once a week, sometimes more through text. I didn't always see him every week, but I mean, we communicated through text or, other things. He would show me what he found at yard sales and stuff.
So once a week, you might have seen him. You might have had a text message with him, right?
Yeah, once a week, because he would stop by and, see my son as well at times.
Okay. Now, and during this period of time, you also maintained a friendly relationship with Barbara Randell, correct?
Sure, yeah.
And that was the other lady that your father at that point in time was seeing along with Judy Church, right?
One of them, yes. Yeah.
Okay. When you say one of them?
Well, yeah, one of Judy or Barbara.
Okay. But you were having a relationship with both.
Yeah.
What's the period of time that you were actually living at 108 Central Street? Do you remember the years?
I don't want to say I don't know the specific year.
But would that have been prior to 2019?
Sounds familiar, yeah.
Okay. Would it have been back as early as 2017?
It could have been, yeah.
Okay. And you stayed there for, was it 1 year upstairs and 1 year downstairs?
Yeah, upstairs, but then intermittently downstairs. You know, I would go to friends' houses or etc.
When you was downstairs?
Yes.
Okay. And it's during that time frame then, maybe back to 2017, that you saw the photograph, that was displayed in the photograph of the voodoo doll?
Can you rephrase it again?
Mr. Camilio had showed you a picture. Let me show you that to you. It's been marked as exhibit number 7.
Yep.
Just ask you to look at that for a moment yourself. You had said you would indicate that you were able to identify that, and that was something that you saw in the home at 108 Central Street, right?
Yeah, one of them.
Okay. Back in, and that would have been in the 2017 timeframe when you were there?
I don't remember specifically, but there
You
was,
weren't there in 2020, right?
well, as long as I wasn't there in 2020, but I still see my father on occasions after, yes.
Well, but you had the restraining order in 2020, right?
Yes.
All right. So you wouldn't have been seeing your father at that location in 2020, right?
I sometimes did, yeah.
And then 2021, this restraining order was still in effect, right?
Yep.
So that's prior to 2020, you would have seen that item.
Prior to 22. I mean, she had multiple. This wasn't the only one. So you're asking me like there was multiple different dolls. Wasn't just that one.
I want you to, did you ever take your father for any of his medical appointments?
Sometimes I drove him, yeah.
Okay. And would you go in and listen to what any of the conversations with the doctor?
In the beginning I did when he first he had a bicuspid valve in the beginning.
Well, he had a pacemaker, and right?
Due to the bicuspid valve, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, going into November of 2022, at some point in time on November 12th, you received a text message from Judy Church, correct?
Yep.
And in response to that, you were somewhat upset that you had gotten a message which you thought was late, correct?
Sure, yeah.
And your initial reaction to that, as you had stated when you were interviewed by the police, was you thought your father was in the hospital perhaps for a drug overdose, right?
I mean, yeah.
And and therefore you weren't overly concerned because you thought perhaps that at that point in time he would be getting released from the hospital pretty shortly, right?
I thought he would.
Your father, if it was a drug overdose, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and in fact, one of the concerns you had was when your father became mad, you have seen him on occasion use excessive amounts of drugs, right?
I would know he's not excessive, but I mean, yeah, he would do drugs.
Well, at one point in time, you were interviewed by the police, and they recorded that interview, correct?
Yeah.
And did you have a chance to look at that before coming into court here today?
What, the transcripts?
Yes.
I've seen them.
Okay. And if I suggested to you that you had said he's been mad enough where I've seen him use excessive amounts of drugs.
Yeah.
So when you first heard about that he was in the hospital, that was your issue. You thought it was that type of consideration, right?
Yeah, it would have made more sense.
And then the aspect, your father unfortunately deteriorated, his health diminished, right?
Yep.
And then following, as that was taking place, you were contacted by someone to come talk to the police, right? Sometime in November 12th, you were asked to go somewhere and meet with some police officers, right?
Yes, after I called them
Okay. And where did you go?
to my Uncle Billy's house.
That would be William Eaton,
Yep.
correct? Okay. Now, and present when you got there was who else? Was Tammy there?
Yep.
And Mr. Eaton was there?
Yep.
You and who else?
It was, we were there. It was my Uncle Billy and his wife, Jessica.
Okay. But in terms of who the police talked to at the house, they talked to three of you, correct?
Yes.
And they told you they were going to record your statements, correct?
Yep.
And at that point in time, they told you we're going to answer questions and feel free to, whatever your answers we want or whatever else you want to talk to us about, go ahead and say it, right?
Yeah.
And you were with them for approximately 45 minutes, right?
It sounds about right. Yeah.
And prior to coming in there, had there been a discussion through Tammy Carbone about Judy making statements relative to milkshakes?
Not discussion. I mean, it was brought up. Yeah.
So you knew prior to coming in there that Tammy had said she had had conversations with Judy or swapped emails, and they talked about her making coffee milkshakes for your father, and the family joke was she was poisoning him by giving him protein, right?
Poison him by giving him protein.
Giving him a milkshake.
Wasn't a family joke, but it was said.
Well, that had been said for how many years?
I don't know how many years, maybe by a year or two leading up to it. I wouldn't say years.
Well, didn't your
Like-
father like his coffee milkshakes?
My father liked anything that was sweet.
Well, the specific question was he really liked his coffee milkshakes, right?
Sure.
And he told you that, right?
Yeah.
And the coffee milkshakes were something that Judy gave to him, correct?
She would. Yeah.
Well, and she had been doing that for years, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And because it was a coffee milkshake and not one of his other drinks, they referred to it as that she was giving him some sort of poison because it was a coffee milkshake, right?
I don't understand the question.
Well, sorry. His other favorite drinks were fruit punch Powerade, right?
Yeah.
Which is bright red, right?
Yep.
And
Drink.
you've seen him drink that, correct?
I've seen him drink many Powerades. He worked outside.
And the other was Fanta soda, correct?
Fanta soda or root beer. Anything.
Well, Fanta
anything
soda
soda,
is,
like
what color
Pepsi.
is Fanta soda?
Fanta soda?
Fanta, F-A-N-T-A.
Talking about the orange kind? It would be orange.
It's orange, right?
Yes.
And even the can is bright orange, right?
In a bottle? Yeah.
Okay. And those were his three favorite drinks. The red Powerade, fruit punch Powerade, orange Fanta,
His
and the coffee milkshake, right?
favorite drink was milk or like chocolate milk. Yeah. But they were one of them. I mean, he had many favorite drinks.
Well, but one of the those were the three principal ones for him, correct?
Sure.
And not just a milkshake, but it had to be a coffee milkshake, correct?
Didn't have to be, no.
Well, wasn't the joke that he was getting coffee milkshakes, correct?
Coffee or chocolate, yeah.
And so all of you were together in the room at that point in time at Mr. Eaton's house, and you were all expressing your views about,
Well,
right? Let me finish the question
Yep.
for you. You're all expressing your views about conversations Judy would have with other family members about the coffee milkshakes she made for your father, right?
no, we weren't all together in the room at the same time having that
Well-
conversation.
You were all at the house, right?
So my house was adjacent to Billy's, and I wasn't in there until I was speaking, and they took us all in one at a time. So we didn't all like sit in the living room and talk, no.
But you knew the purpose of being there. You were all together, and you all had conversations before you talked to the police and after you talked to the police, right?
Sure.
It's your aunt, it's your uncle, and it's you. And there's a great worry about your father, and all of you are having conversation, right?
Yeah, but it was happened fairly quickly to have like sit down. I didn't speak to them a lot prior. I just showed up to talk to the police after I called them.
Well, but you also had your aunt there and you had your uncle there, right?
Sure.
And they were very worried about your father, right?
Yeah, of course.
And you're worried about your father, right?
Yeah.
And your family, so you have conversations, right? About that situation.
I mean, not after I talked to my aunt. Yeah, after the police. We were kind of trying to figure out what was going on. Yeah, of course.
But you had talked to both of them before you got there about your father as well, right?
Sure. Not in great detail.
Particularly
But yeah,
Tammy, right?
I talked to Tammy. Yeah, of course.
When in terms of conversations, a lot of it might have been text messaging, which is still communication, right?
Yeah, I talked to Tammy through text.
And in the context of that was the issue that arose about, what about these statements that the coffee milkshakes were poison for him, right?
Yeah, it was brought up.
Well, it was brought up by you, it was brought up by Tammy, and it was,
Yeah.
right? And then the police suddenly decided to focus on that, right? It occurred in terms of conversations with you. When had you heard that statement? When had you not heard that statement, right?
Yeah.
And again, you ensured that you told them that was one of your father's favorite drinks for his, right?
One of his favorite.
And had been so for years, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you were there, again, there were no restraints on you in terms of what you could say in response to a question, right?
No.
They weren't trying to limit you down to what you could say.
No.
They were asking you if you had any other information that could help them in trying to determine, if you had any information of how your father could have consumed ethylene glycol, right?
Yep.
And was there a discussion then that ethylene glycol had a particular taste? Did they tell you it was a sweet tasting substance?
Well, I don't know if they told me,
Ethylene glycol?
but I knew about it. I was a mechanic for years, so.
So you knew it was a sweet tasting substance, right?
Sure.
And you knew your father had a particular taste for sweet tasting items, right?
Yeah.
And following that interview with the police at that point in time, did you ever go back and give them any other information that would relate to your father's consumption of sweet products, his appetite for products that were sweet?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It was a long time ago.
Okay. So that statement was on November 12th of 2022. And then in March of 2026, you went in for an additional interview with the government, right?
With the
Last week, the government talked to you. The prosecutors talked to you, right? Brought you in and talked to you, right?
no, I talked to them on the phone.
Okay. And that would have been on Tuesday, March 17th.
Yeah.
And they told you what to expect, right?
Sure.
And they also told you for the first time at that point in time, in March 17th, 2026, that there's going to be a discussion about a bitter tasting compound that may have been found in the Powerade bottle, right?
I don't think they told me they found a bitter agent, but I mean, it was brought up. Yeah.
All right. Well, it was brought up, okay?
They didn't
That's
say
gonna
it was.
happen.
Yeah.
And at that point in time, then, on March 17th, 2026, upon hearing that, you told them that you currently then, in March 17th, 2026, remembered a couple of times your father complained about a loss of taste, right?
Sure. Yep.
And you had no time frame, right?
What do you mean I had no time frame?
Well, you didn't tell them, I heard this back in 2017 from him, or I didn't hear it until...
Well, it would have been during COVID, which was 2020, somewhere around there.
Well, it would have been difficult for you to hear it then because you had a restraining order against your
spoke
father
to my
and you're
father.
staying away from each other, right?
Still spoke to him, yes.
Well,
He's my father.
and so you believe it could have taken place in 2020 during the period in which you had the restraining order against your father, right?
Say it again.
The only time you have a memory of when that would have taken place would have been sometime in 2020.
And not the only memory, no.
Well,
I
that's
said,
the
I
only time
spoke-
you've mentioned, right?
Spoke to my father countless times.
Okay. And so what may have occurred in 2020, and your statement was, to the best of your memory, complained that he had a loss of taste. He was still drinking coffee milkshakes, right, in 2022, right?
Still drinking
Distinctive
anything. Yeah,
taste to a coffee milkshake, right?
sure.
And it had to be coffee milkshake for your father, right?
Have to be coffee, no.
Well, he was being given coffee milkshakes, right?
Sure.
Fanta has a particular type of taste, right?
We can, yeah.
And Powerade, fruit punch, has a distinct taste. That's why it's called fruit punch, right?
Sure.
And those were drinks your father was consuming and enjoying the taste of them, right?
I don't know if
You
he
would
was
see him
enjoying the
consume
taste.
those, right?
At times, yeah. I mean, he had to drink stuff.
And if I may have a moment, Judge.
Yes, you may.
And the reason that you get the restraining order was you were concerned about any type of physical assault of you by your father, right?
Sure.
And again, back on February 12, 2022, when you were seated with the police at Mr. Eaton's house and you were free to communicate to the police, and they were telling you what their concerns were about how he could have had ethylene glycol, you never mentioned to them anything about your father ever having said he had a loss of taste.
I've brought it up.
In 2020, do you want me to show you the transcript and you can show me where that is?
Oh, exactly when I brought it up, but yeah, I've said it.
And if I told you it's not in your transcript, you can point it out to me where it is in your
If
transcript.
it's not in there, it's not in there.
It's not in there, correct.
Okay.
And that was a recording of the statements you made to the police, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And that statement is not in there, correct?
Sure.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Camellia.
Just a couple of things, sir.
Yeah.
You said that you didn't have any ill will towards Judy before this incident. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was your feelings about your dad, dating Judy or being in a relationship with her?
In the beginning, I thought she was a good choice.
Why was she a good choice?
She was nice. She had a good job, had a house. She was pleasant.
All right. Did Barbara Randall have sort of some of those things going for her that Judy, you just mentioned about Judy?
No.
Okay. And did you ever talk to your dad about, his relationship with the two of them and sort of choosing one or the other?
Sure.
Okay. And who did who did you push for?
Told him that Judy was the better choice.
Why?
Because she seemed better off in life, like
Like more money?
money, house. I mean, they seemed happy.
And after after your dad became sick, after you learned that he had this antifreeze in his body, how did you sort of feel about having told your dad that Judy was the better choice?
Something that I feel terrible about now.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Norkunis. Anything further on that?
Nothing, Judge. No additional.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fowler, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Camilio?
Thomas Sullivan.
Just walk right up to my partner.
Stand behind the blue line and face the clerk.
Morning. Sir, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. In a nice loud voice, can you introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name?
Thomas Sullivan, Sullivan.
And sir, where do you work?
I'm a sergeant with the state police.
And what is your current assignment, sir?
I'm assigned to the Essex County State Police Detective Unit.
Okay. And as a member of the Essex County State Police Detective Unit, what are your duties and responsibilities, sir?
The office's primary responsibility is to investigate unattended deaths in Essex County, so deaths outside of the care of a doctor, suicides, overdoses, homicides. We also assist the local police as requested with any investigations.
Okay. And sir, you said you were a sergeant?
Yes.
How long have you been a sergeant in this particular position?
Over 3 years.
And prior to becoming a sergeant, when you were a trooper, sir, what was your assignment at that point?
I was a trooper in the detective unit for, so minus 3 years, 6 or 7 years.
Okay, so been a member of that unit for about 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to investigating deaths, unattended deaths in Essex County, do you have any particularized training with regards to cellular phones?
Yes, I do.
And what kind of training do you have with regard to cellular phones, sir?
For specific phones, the device itself, in 2018, I completed a 40-hour course and a certification through a company called Cellbrite. Their software is used to forensically download phones and analyze the data that's taken from those phones. Every 2 years, we're required recertification, and I've completed that every 2 years since then.
Is there another company that also provides software to do forensic downloads of cell phones?
Within our office, we also have a software called Graykey. That software specializes more in iPhones, and at the time, previously was more geared towards locked iPhones.
Okay. But both of those, Cellbrite and Graykey, both do essentially the same thing. They go, you plug the phone into a computer, essentially, that is running those programs, and they download either part or all of the phone, depending on what you're looking for and what you're doing.
Correct. Each company, the software will go in, download anything it can get off the phone, depending on whether it's locked, the model, the software version, and the updates on the software.
Okay. And you have continued to perform those types of forensic downloads on cell phones in connection with various investigations in Essex County since you became certified to do so?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your particular attention to an investigation that began on or about November 12th, 2022 in Salisbury regarding the death of an individual named Leroy Fowler. Were you aware of that investigation, sir?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you have any part in that particular investigation?
In the initial investigation, I didn't respond to the scene. I was just asked to download, I believe, 3 phones involved in the case.
All right. Now, one of those phones belonged to the defendant, Judy Church, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and another belonged to Mr. Fowler, the decedent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you, let's start with Ms. Church's phone. You were given that phone by then Trooper Williams, who was the lead investigator on the case. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
All right. And he asked you to perform those forensic downloads of the phone?
Yes.
At the time that you were performing the forensic download, did you know the password to Ms. Church's phone?
Yes, the passcode was provided by Trooper Williams.
All right. And does that make it easier to do a forensic download than if you don't have to figure out what the passcode is sort of with the software?
Yes, if the phone's unlocked, you're more likely to get more data off the phone.
Okay. So with regard to Ms. Church's phone, you did these two forensic downloads, one with Cellbrite, one with Gray Key. And then what did you do with the downloads themselves once they were completed?
So with the software, it requires a license, but inside the Cellbrite software, you can create a reader report, which allows anyone to view the data that's saved on or obtained from the phone. So I created the reader report. I gave that to Trooper Williams on a USB, and I gave him the phone back into his custody.
Okay. We'll get back to Ms. Church's phone in a second. But with regard to Mr. Fowler's phone, did you try to do a forensic download of Mr. Fowler's phone as well?
Yes, the phone was locked with an unknown passcode. So it was connected to the Gray Key software, and basically it wasn't supported to obtain the passcode off of the phone, which Gray Key can try to do. But we were able to get a partial download. It basically gets anything it can get.
All right. And that partial download didn't get any calls, any messages, any emails. It really just got some of the basic information about the phone number and the subscriber.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So then going back to Ms. Church's phone, you said that you provided the forensic download on a thumb drive, USB drive, to Trooper Williams, as well as you gave him the physical phone back to, so those will be back in his custody, correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, did Trooper Williams bring your attention to some videos that he had located on the phone while doing a review of the download and looking at the phone?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And he asked you to sort of look at some of the metadata associated with those videos. Is that right?
Yes.
What's metadata, sir?
So within the download, it can provide a date and time that it was stored on the device or saved on the device. In certain cases, it will show a model or a make of phone that was used to take the photo or the video, and it can also contain location information.
Okay. And so did you go back and look at the download that you had done sort of with regard to certain videos that were taken on November 11th, 2022 between 7:30 and 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes,
And you looked at the metadata associated with those videos for Trooper Williams?
I did.
Okay. In preparation for this trial, you, along with some of the others in the office, caused those videos to be put on a particular thumb drive. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a chance to review those and know that they're on the thumb drive?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, we'd offer those as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Next exhibit.
Oh, you did. Sorry. What's that? So with regard to the videos, sir, you told us that they were time-stamped November 11th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a location data associated with those videos?
Yes, there was. Within the PDF report that's on this drive, as well as the locations tab within the download, the location's exported just in a more user-friendly manner than in the metadata.
Okay, and where were those videos? Where were those videos taken?
If you took it provides a latitude, longitude. If you took that and just put it into any mapping, so Google Maps, it's 108 Central Ave in Salisbury.
All right. And could you tell, based on the metadata associated with the phone, were those videos taken on Ms. Church's iPhone itself?
The metadata shows an iPhone 11 Pro Max, so it provides the model of the phone that recorded the video.
And was that the same model of phone that you performed the download on?
Yes, it was.
All right. At this time, Judge, we're gonna turn it up. With the court's permission, play the videos.
Yes, you may.
And just so these videos were actually split up into segments. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, there were 13 videos in total.
Okay. And each one of them has a sort of a time associated with them. Is that correct?
Yes, the November 11, 2022, and the time is associated with the created, the data where it says it was created, which means it was stored to the phone at that time.
Okay. So the first one that we just watched would have been stored to the phone at 7:29 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Hi, Judy.
Maybe you should puke and get whatever you took out of your system.
Well, I can only imagine how difficult it must be being someone's daughter-in-law and trying to do the same job with your kid.
My dad, he
You having fun? That's the way to the bathroom. He hasn't gotten far. Maybe 6 feet. I tried to help him and he pushed me right into the door jamb, so he's not taking me out with him. Why are you pulling that closer to you? You hit your head on it 5 or 6. Nice. Nice. Is that helpful? Oh, there goes the head. That's 7 times. Boy, I'm hoping you're really enjoying those pills, honey. This has been going on for over an hour. Those shoe baskets aren't going to help you get up. Okay, well, you made it almost to the bathroom and you fell backwards and you gotta start all over again. This is fun. Oh, tore the fucking bedroom apart. Oh yeah. Happy birthday, Leroy. Spit in a bag, will you? Hey. What? 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 Tell me what?
I'm gonna call an ambulance.
Yeah? Okay. What did you take? They're going to ask me. They're going to ask me, what did you take? Do you understand? If I call the ambulance, they're going to ask what you took. Throw it up. Just get it out of your system. Can you breathe? Are you breathing? Hey. Am I calling the ambulance?
Yes.
All right.
So those videos were taken, you said there were 13 separate videos?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me just stop you for a moment, Mr. Camilio. The record will reflect that all 13 videos were played in sequence without any questions being put to the witness while they were played. Go ahead, Mr. Camilio.
Thank you. Well, Judge, just so the record is clear, I played the first one. I did ask a
That's
couple
right.
of questions and then played.
That's right. After the 2 through 13 were played without interruption.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So these videos, 1 through 13, sir, were taken between 7:29 a.m. and 7:59. I said a.m. 7:29 a.m. and 7:59 a.m. on November 11th, 2022.
Those are the created times within the data.
That's when they were saved to the iPhone.
Yes.
And with an iPhone, are videos like that generally saved upon pressing the stop button? Upon the completion of the video?
I would believe so, yes.
Nothing further with this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's me, Judge.
Mr. Scully.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I just have a few follow-up questions, if I may.
Of course.
And just regarding the videos that we all just watched.
Yes.
So they obviously depicted an individual. Do you know that person to be Leroy Fowler?
I've been told. I didn't
Okay.
interact with anyone involved.
But you know the name?
Yes.
Through
Yes.
your interactions in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And have you, in your experience as a police officer, ever responded to any drug overdose type of situations?
Yes.
How many times have you approximately done that?
I mean, I've been doing this for almost 10 years, so
Many.
many, yes.
Is it fair to say that in those drug overdose situations, there's basically a vast spectrum of how the people that you are responding to might be acting?
Yes, I mean, typically in my role, we arrive after any type of medical aid has been rendered or anything like that.
Okay. Have you had experiences arriving while people are still under the influence and maybe not given yet or not benefited yet from their medical care?
Yes, a handful of times, yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say you see a spectrum of people acting on a spectrum at that time, right? Some in a lot of distress and some maybe not as much distress, right?
It's fair to say, yes.
Okay. Mr. Fowler on these videos appears to be in a quite serious amount of distress. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
He's rolling around on the floor in the beginning, right?
Yes.
And he's not using his words, right?
Correct.
He's groaning and grunting a bit.
Yes.
One thing we don't know is these videos start and then they stop and there's a gap of some time and then there's the next video that would start, right?
Yes.
So obviously we don't know what happens in that gap, what words were said or what actions were taken, right?
Correct.
Okay, but there are words spoken as the videos proceed, particularly towards the end few videos, right?
Yes.
And are you aware through your work in this case that Judy Church is the person holding that phone? Or do you just know it's her phone?
I'm aware that the phone was given to me. It's
Yeah,
the information attached to the phone says Judy Church's phone.
right. And you can hear her voice.
I've never heard her speak, but
Okay. So that's Judy Church's voice speaking as she's holding the phone, recording Leroy Fowler. Fair to say?
okay.
And towards the end, she seems to be negotiating with him a little bit. Is that right?
Regarding the ambulance?
Well, regarding getting information from him just before she calls the ambulance, right?
Yes.
She wants to know, what did you take? What did you take?
That's
right?
what she says, yes.
Yeah. And she, in particular, that exchange goes back and forth, but mostly her, where she says, tell me what? And he says, you better call an ambulance. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she says, okay, what did you take? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he kind of groans in response. He doesn't give her an answer, right?
Correct.
She had mentioned something about pills before. Is that correct?
In a previous video, yes.
In one of the previous videos, non-specific pills, right?
Yes.
And then she again says, they're gonna ask me. They're gonna ask me, what did you take, right?
Yes.
So he has acknowledged he would like the ambulance at this point, at the end of these videos, but she's still trying to find out what he took and not yet calling the ambulance, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he's groaning again in response, doesn't tell her what he took, right?
Right.
And she says, well, do you understand? If I call the ambulance, they're going to ask me what you took, right?
Yes.
And then he continues. He doesn't answer that question. He doesn't take that moment to express with words, if he's even able to, what he took or what happened, right? He just kind of groans again,
Right.
right? And she encourages him to throw up, just get it out of your system, right?
At some point, yes.
This is right towards the end in the last video, right?
Okay.
And then it takes a little bit of a turn, and she, Judy Church, asks a different question. Can you breathe? Are you breathing? Right?
Yes.
And then she says, am I calling the ambulance? Right?
Yes.
And the male says yes. Leroy Fowler says yes, right?
Yes.
And then Judy Church says, all right. Right?
Yes.
And then to your knowledge in the case, are you aware that she made the 911 call that brought first responders to 108 Central Ave to now engage and provide care and services to Leroy Fowler?
I did learn that at some point, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Camellia?
Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you very much, Trooper. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Or Sergeant, I should say.
Sorry, Judge, we're just talking about scheduling for one.
That's fine. Go ahead. Figure out who's next.
Brian Verney.
Brian Verney. Thank you.
Here's Walker.
Hi, just gonna ask you to stand behind the blue line and face the
Sir, if you'd raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
come around.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Good morning. My name is Detective Brian Verney, Verney.
And sir, where do you work?
I work for the Salisbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer in Salisbury, sir?
In Salisbury, I've been a police officer since 2016.
Were you a police officer elsewhere before that?
Yes, I was a police officer in North Reading for 3 years before that.
Okay. And sir, what is your current assignment?
Currently, I'm assigned to our Criminal Investigations Division as a detective
How long have you been a detective with the CID, sir?
since February 2021.
Okay. And as a detective in Salisbury, sir, what are your primary duties and responsibilities?
Well, I'm our only detective, so any case that needs additional follow-up or any cases that are of more of a serious nature that require more investigation gets assigned to me.
Okay. And I know there's not a number of homicides in Salisbury, but when those happen, do you take the lead on those, or do you assist somebody else in the lead on homicides that occur in Salisbury?
So we always respond initially, but we include the state police.
Okay. And the state police, once they get involved, would take over the lead in the investigation. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, sir, I want to take you back to November 12th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
All right. And at some point, sir, did you get did you get some information that family members of an individual named Leroy Fowler had contacted the police department?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been aware that there had been a 911 call and a police and ambulance response to Mr. Fowler's home on November 11th, 2022, when you first spoke to the family on the 12th?
I had read it in our police log in the morning.
So aware of it, but not involved?
Correct.
All right. After speaking to the family members, what did you do on the 12th, sir?
I contacted the state. Actually, first I contacted my lieutenant and filled him in on the what was told to me, and then he contacted the state police.
Okay. And did some state troopers come up to the Salisbury PD to Salisbury to meet with you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And where was the first, so was that at the time then Trooper Williams, now Sergeant Williams?
Yes.
Okay. There was a second trooper who was also around, a Trooper Lannon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you and Trooper Williams go someplace when Trooper Williams came up to Salisbury and made contact with you on the 12th?
Yes.
All right. Where'd you go?
We went to 108 Central Ave.
Okay. Had you been to 108 Central Ave, or at least the area, in connection with your duties previous to this day?
In that area, yes.
Okay. Did you know either Leroy Fowler or Judy Church at that point in time?
There had been some past involvement.
Well, you personally, did you
Personally,
know
no.
them? No. Okay. So you and Trooper Williams went over to 108 Central Ave and go in a cruiser. Is that fair?
We drove in my unmarked car, yes.
Okay. And you're generally a plainclothes officer. Is that fair?
Generally, but on this day, I was assigned to patrol to cover the road from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
So you were wearing your uniform on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in Salisbury, do police uniforms for patrol officers include body cams?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And were you wearing your body cam on that day?
Yes, I was.
Now, about what time was it that you and Trooper Williams went to 108 Central?
I believe it was a little after 3 o'clock.
Okay. And what did you do when you went there?
We knocked on the door,
you
tried
get
to
it?
contact somebody who lived there.
All right. Did you get an answer?
No.
Okay. Did you decide to wait around for a few minutes, just I don't know, talking, or see what sort of happened?
Yes.
Okay. So where were you and Trooper Williams after you knocked on the door and didn't get an answer?
We were on the sidewalk in front of the house.
Okay. After a few minutes, did something happen?
Yes.
What was that?
Judy showed up.
Okay. And how did she arrive?
She drove there in her car.
Okay. So when she got out of her car, did you realize who she was? Did you recognize her, sort of, or did she introduce herself?
Yeah, Trooper Williams went over and spoke with her.
Okay. And did you and Trooper Williams have a conversation with Miss Church out in the driveway sidewalk area?
Yes, we did.
When you first contacted Miss Church, so you walk up to her? Is that fair to say? And how close were you when you were talking to her?
Within a few feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did she appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Did she have any difficulty Did she appear to have any difficulty to understand what you were saying to her?
No.
Did you have any difficulty understanding her responses to your questions or Trooper Williams' questions?
No.
Now, at this point, you only had your brief phone conversations with some of Mr. Fowler, Leroy Fowler's family. Was it just one family member that you had spoken to at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Had you spoken to anyone else about Mr. Fowler and his condition at that point in time?
So we had spoken with a doctor at Mount Auburn Hospital.
Okay. And did you know that there was a concern at that point in time regarding antifreeze or ethylene glycol present in Mr. Fowler's blood? Did you tell Ms. Church that you were going to use your body cam to record the conversation that you had with her?
Yes, I did.
And in connection, in preparation for today and your testimony, you and I had placed on a thumb drive the body cam footage of that interview. Is that fair? Okay. Your Honor, I offer this as the next exhibit.
No objection, Judge.
It may come in.
You know what? I'm gonna put it on one of these, and we'll tag it. What number is this? Exhibit 13. Okay.
Exhibit 13, thank you.
13, so marked. You're welcome.
Judge, if, with the court's permission, we're going to start the video.
You may.
My son. Hi. Hi, babe. Here, hon. Would you may my son come out with me?
Would prefer us to talk to you.
Okay. I don't know, big police, dog free police. This is getting better and better.
So, just so you know, we have body cams. I don't know if you know
Body
that.
cam, yeah.
So just, it's on, it's recording.
Oh, yeah.
Is this comfortable for you to talk about here? Okay. I'll let you go. Just because Leroy's in critical condition, we want to just follow up and just kind of find out what happened.
I'm just going to stop it there for 1 sec. Just to have the individual that was just speaking, that is you, correct?
The voice you're hearing is me, yes.
Okay. Then the individual wearing the white shirt and the tie on the left side is Trooper Williams?
That's correct.
And then Miss Church on the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The state police is here.
Yeah, so I'm assigned to the Essex County District Attorney's Office. So in this case, we investigate all deaths. There has obviously not been a death. But Salisbury is preemptively reaching out to us because I know he's your boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
So he's in critical condition. Like, kind of give you an idea of what my job is. Like today I was in Lynn. There was a man that overdosed and died in Lynn. So we go, look, that's what we do. We had spoken to the doctor. We know that your boyfriend is in critical condition. There's a possibility. Just he's not in good condition. You were at the hospital today. So we're trying to just get ahead of everything and just get all our ducks in a row. So I just kind of want to know. I have to just go through a walkthrough of what happened yesterday. I heard that he had seizures. Is that accurate?
He couldn't walk.
Couldn't walk. So could you just, because I believe it was 8:30 in the morning it came in the calls.
I think around 8 o'clock.
Could you just walk me through like how he was the night before and then the morning and then what led to 911? Because obviously I wasn't here yesterday, so I just kind of need to know what happened and then.
That's my dog.
Yeah. I just kind of need to know what happened and then that's pretty much it.
So around 9 o'clock, we were watching TV in the bedroom. That's our bedroom. We had a camera in the back. And I put on like a Christmas, the Hallmark Christmas. Thanksgiving. And he went out in the back room, which he does often, was on his phone. And I checked on him every once in a while. We had done a lot of work that day. We were trying to get back to Florida. Are you telling me he's dying?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying. But I'm saying.
We're trying to figure out how did he get there?
Because when you said that
were there drugs involved?
Like the doctor just said he's in critical condition, right? So obviously that's just something where when we hear critical as state police, unfortunately, just.
I heard last night they were going to do dialysis.
Yes. Yep, they're going to do that. Yes.
No, they are going to do that because all his numbers were coming down.
So that's why we just in these situations, the police departments reach out to us. We come out, and obviously, I've had plenty of times like. Just last week, I was at a shooting in Lawrence. The guy gets shot. I
don't care about anybody else. All right.
I'm just saying we preemptively will do things, and then people. It doesn't result in death, though. Like this, unfortunately, this is just my line of work, and it's very uncomfortable. I understand that. So by no means am I trying to add stress to you. It's just with the district attorney's office, it's just what has to be done for these type of incidents.
Just from our perspective, it's a lot easier to kind of figure out what's going on rather than a week or two from now.
Yes.
Coming back and trying to say, you remember what happened last night a lot better today than you would a month from now. So we just try to, it's just part of what we do.
I have a tremendous amount of empathy for what you're going through. I'm not trying to add stress to you.
She just rolled over to the hospital and they said that she couldn't visit, so just...
You wasn't taking visitors and that I wasn't proxy. I know every medical issue.
Well, see, that's an important reason why we want to talk to you. That's exactly the reason we're here.
Yeah,
so you probably know more about him than anybody else.
Yes.
So anyways, he goes out in the back room and he watches his true crime stories, and I'm watching my Hallmark, and every once in a while I hear him get a soda, and he pokes his head in, and or I get up, or the dog's out. Anyway, so there was a few times that, we had kind of talked and everything seemed fine. He was doing what he does out in the back room.
When you say back room,
It's
up here?
At the stairway.
Okay. That's like his hangout?
So like he was like coherent, performing, like nothing that was out of it.
Right, and talking and having a conversation. And around 4, because I looked at, we were expecting a friend of his to pick up metal that we had put in Saab's driveway. And around 4, I looked at the clock, it was like 4:20, and I knew his friend wasn't coming till 11 in the afternoon.
And who was his friend?
Jenny.
Jenny, okay, so he was just coming to like hang out or...
No, he picked up the metal.
Oh, the guy picking up the metal coming out at 11. Okay,
he wasn't coming till 11 the next day.
Yeah.
And that's what he told me, and that was at 4 or something in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So from 9 to 4?
Yeah. He's in the back room.
Right, but so at 4 a.m. he told you someone's coming at 11?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm
I
sorry.
asked him, I said, is that Kenny out there? And it's not his truck, and, I don't know, who that is, but they're taking all the metal.
Yep.
And he went, okay, and, yes. Around 6:30, he comes into the bedroom. He falls asleep out in the back room, and then comes in. We had some relations between the two of us, I'm not going to say it on camera.
Yeah.
And everything was fine.
That was like 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, but he told me, he says, I fell like 3 times, I can't walk.
Mm.
And he says, and he had to go to the bathroom. And I said, let me help you. But he was legless.
Mm. And was that also around 6 a.m.?
No, it's now 7.
Now 7. I don't know.
7.
You like this.
All right.
And anyways, I was trying to get him back into the bed. He did. He got back into the bed. He's just not going to go back. And he's he's not. He didn't hurt me or anything, but he's combative. He had something in his head and he had to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, let me help you. Boom. He falls. Our bed's like this high off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Fell right out. Took all the covers with him. I get up. And I'm hoping he's just going to stay down for the count. I put a pillow under his head. I put a blanket over him. Nope. He was going to stay down.
Is he like altered mental state probably at this time? He's not acting like himself?
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Like talking.
So when you say like combative, then it's almost like he didn't know what was going on. Yeah. Disoriented. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
yeah.
Okay. Got it.
And wouldn't just do as I asked. And
yes.
Every time I got him close to even getting a hand up on the bed, he'd turn, and and it'd be like, oh, here we go. And so he bounced around the room, and I was like, do I need to call the ambulance? And that was maybe 7:30. I don't remember the time frame.
Yep.
But I tried to get him to say my name, talk to me. Can you hear what I'm saying? And he really had no words, but he did say call the ambulance.
Yeah, he didn't feel, yeah. And then were you the one that called?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you're the son, right?
Yeah.
Son? So, but just you live upstairs? There's nobody else that lives upstairs on the second
Leroy
floor?
and
Just you two live upstairs on the second floor. Okay. So then you called the ambulance. I'm assuming they came, right? And then they took him. And then when he woke up from 4 a.m. to then, I don't know anything about him. Does he abuse alcohol? Does he use narcotics?
Nope.
Does he, I guess, any like unhealthy activities? To be vague, like he doesn't drink, he doesn't use drugs.
I have known him to do some recreational drugs.
Okay, and that's what type?
Part of what we're trying to figure out.
Perks,
Yeah, figure out kind of what happened.
coke.
Okay. Did he do cocaine
nothing.
or Percocet that morning?
I have no idea.
Okay, because when he was up at 4, but then you were kind of up around 4, but you didn't see him, at least to your knowledge. You didn't see him do cocaine or take Percocets.
No.
And when he, I'm assuming when he would take cocaine, he would snort it, but is that accurate? The cocaine?
I guess so.
Okay, and then have you ever seen him take Percocets? Does he snort them? Does he ingest them orally?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. And then
I don't know how he,
how he ingests.
I guess you take a pill and you snort cocaine.
Okay. Did he eat breakfast? Did he drink anything? He didn't have any alcohol?
It was too early. I mean,
Too early.
he was
Okay.
out of it.
Okay, so he didn't eat anything, didn't drink anything?
No,
Okay.
he really didn't.
Okay, because I heard that you thought he might have ingested something. So that's
I
what
was, because I had seen this before.
Yeah.
Like right when COVID had happened, it was like 48 hours of hell for me.
Oh, wow.
Because, like I said, he was out, and he had left before, and then came back, and he's got his, little secrets, and
And what do you mean by secrets?
We're not here to make any judgments.
I know.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
I know,
I'm not
but-
trying to interject. It's just part of
We
my
need-
job.
we need to
I'm
know
probably joking
everything.
about it. I'm not trying to interject into like your personal life. And I know your son's here. so
you
probably-
you can buy anything on the street, anything. People sell it all, and he knows them. So
Got it.
that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, I know what you mean. Okay.
So he left, and then came back, and then.
Out of it?
That morning?
No,
Oh,
back
this
in-
is
the other time, the
back
first
in
time?
2019.
Because when you've seen him, I'm assuming you've seen him after he's either taken Percocets or cocaine in the past. Have you seen him like high on those before?
I wouldn't know what to look for.
Like, I guess because
Percocet.
what he was displaying the other day, like his physical, what he was
Was
displaying. Have you seen that? In the
similar
past?
to, like I said, those hours, days actually. But he had no words, but a lot of gibberish.
A lot
Back
of
in
gibberish.
2019.
He'll run off and do the stuff. There's nothing that goes on in a second.
He does.
He'll
He leaves for days.
yeah, he'll leave for days.
Yeah,
and
he's not
Kinda
always
like, would
here.
you say,
Let's put
like-
it that way.
he
He's
likes
not
to-
always here.
He likes to party.
Like going on like a bender type situation. or-
Yeah, he's
where
got
did he go?
he's got another. He loves me.
I have people in my life like that. I know what you mean with people that you care about who go off on benders, and it's almost like two different personalities. It depends. You don't know who you're going to get some days. That's at least my personal experience with people I know and care about. It happens a lot more than you think.
Yep. So, he works hard, plays hard.
Yeah. Speaking of, what does he do for work?
Although he's disabled,
Oh,
he
okay.
does, he'll do his thing,
He's like Andy.
Yeah.
Just an animal.
Okay. All right. So then, basically, just make sure I have it right. He was good the night before. Woke up at 4. His friend.
And they had a conversation. We had a conversation at 4:30.
I can attest to that too because I spoke to him when I get home like 7ish
Yeah.
from work.
Yeah.
that night.
And he was telling me, hey, I just banged around a bunch of stuff in the back, and you know, I cleaned up the back room. You can go check it out. I just put everything to the side, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, cool, yeah. He's like, this weekend, you know, I'll help you put new fenders on your truck and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, cool, I'm down. But, yeah, after that, I mean...
Then you didn't see him until after he went to bed
No,
the next day?
That, no.
Okay, and then he woke up, didn't eat breakfast or have coffee or whatever,
Too early.
like that. Too early, and then...
we heard banging around
He doesn't drink
upstairs.
coffee.
It sounds like there was a period of, how long was that period where he started displaying the symptoms and then he was like, call the ambulance? Like, was that like an hour? Was that like 2 hours?
Like an hour.
Like an hour. So it was about an hour of like trying to, you don't feel good, you're trying to work
Right.
through it, and then
because
eventually...
because I had seen all of this before.
Yeah.
You know, I could get him to calm, down, and I was hoping for that. And, you know, he was just clutching at everything in the bedroom. You know, tore down the the curtains, and you know, and I kept telling him that rocking chair is not going to help you get up. You know, and let me help you, and just make sure he wasn't hurting himself.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of that, like, has he ever in the past had any suicidal tendencies or ideations or suicidal attempts?
No.
No. So he's not. So you don't like. It couldn't have been like he.
No,
woke up
I
and-
don't think so. He's very in his mind a lot. You know,
Okay.
he's a thinker, and he gets
So he's enjoying life. He's not.
No sort of like depression or anything?
Nothing like that.
No, it's not depression. It's more of a, he hates the things he does to me, and it makes him sad, and when he just reverts into his head, and I don't call that depression. I call that reflection, really.
Okay.
And,
Yeah. That's a good point. Okay.
but he's his own man. Really.
No, but never has said something like, "You'll be better off without me," or
Nothing like that.
no sort of like.
No, he's really kind of fond of himself.
Okay.
Okay. And I had one other question.
So after, so when he originally went over to the hospital,
What's that?
when he originally went over to the hospital at Anna Jake's,
Yes.
was he still kind of like in and out? What was he
So
like?
you saw him when they took him out in the chair. I
Yeah,
was
he
going to
was
take
thrown
care of
in
the
and-
dog so I could get my dress lace up.
He
Yeah.
was definitely out of it.
You mean taking him out of the house? Or?
In a stair chair. Yeah.
Did you go to the hospital to Anna
I said, oh
Jake's?
God, I was there all day.
So, what was he like there? That's what I'm asking. Was he still just couldn't talk to him? Nothing.
They had to, when I got there, he was combative still, not,
Okay.
what's the word?
Yeah, we see that all the
Just
time.
struggling to get out of
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
this,
no, that's
and his feet were sliding between the poles. I might even break his leg. And I said, "Can you give him something for this?" And finally, it was a short time later, they sedated him, so
Okay.
he calmed, and that was the last. He really had no worry. Where's my dog?
That's what he was
So,
concerned about.
He's not with me or anybody. It's my dog.
And you've never seen him like how you saw him yesterday, without the use of like narcotics or drugs. He's never had like a medical episode like this.
No.
You mentioned during COVID 2 years ago. He was similar to this.
Right.
So and that was with narcotics. There's never been a time where this has happened.
Yeah.
So what do you think probably happened then? If or do you not have any idea?
I was assuming, since it was very similar, that in 2019 when he left for a little while,
Yeah.
I'll be right back to.
Does he store any narcotics in the house? Like if he takes Percocet or like cocaine, does he have any of that in the house? Like where could he have gotten it? Because I'm just thinking if he woke up at 4 and then fire and EMS are here like 8:30ish, and he never left the house, so he must have had it. If that's what it is, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but based on everything you're saying, am I correct in interpreting that's probably where it's going? That's how at least I'm interpreting what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying.
So there had to have been some place in the house that he must have stored it, but you just don't know where that was. It could have been a private place. How long has he lived here with you? Because I was under the impression he didn't live here.
10 years.
So he's lived here for 10 years with you. So he doesn't just come over and visit.
No,
Oh,
this is his home.
I must have misheard. I thought that, but you're his girlfriend right now.
Who did you hear from?
When I was talking to my lieutenant who called before I came up, so it's kind of like a third party thing. They were like dispatching me.
Right.
They were like, "Yeah, I guess he was visiting his girlfriend." So I thought he was visiting you, so we didn't live here.
Yeah, I'm not the visitor girlfriend.
No, he was visiting you because I know this is your house, right? But it's both of your house. Okay. And he's been here for 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of the telephone game when Salisbury calls our duty office.
Oh, you should have heard the telephone game I heard this morning.
Yeah, that's why I like to come to the source and ask because.
Stupid telephone.
No, and I have a tremendous amount of empathy for everything that's going on with you guys right now, and I know it's uncomfortable. It's just I'm the guy on call today, so I get the phone call. Hey, this is what's going on. Go up there, talk to them, because the example I just gave you. I take what someone tells me. I write my report. I would have been. He doesn't live here. He visits from time to time to see his girlfriends. That's what I thought. But now, I didn't know about the Percocets, things like that. So that's why I just come, talk, and then leave. But I don't want to cause any more stress on you at all. Obviously, we're going to keep monitoring him and his status in the hospital. I mean, they have great doctors in Boston. So
today they said I wasn't his proxy. I know everything about that man's. I got it all. I got the stack of it.
Is there anything in there that you think would be helpful for us or the doctor? Or?
Yeah.
I am.
Oh, you are?
I am. But they said at the hospital today, well, how is he doing? Is he awake? Is he this? And she said he's okay. They think that his sister is a proxy. And I said, no, she's just the next of kin.
Stuff like that, I think you have to fill out official paperwork.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I know I'm the proxy for my father. He gave it to me. It's at my house in a folder, and I have it.
Yep.
So,
I can request his medical.
Do you have that paperwork then to give to the hospital? That obviously gives you authority as his husband.
My house is just a mess of paperwork.
Okay.
So,
where are you moving to Florida?
We bought a house in Hernando.
What part of Florida is that?
Crystal River.
Okay. So you guys were both going to move down. Is your son going to stay here?
Yeah.
You're going to stay, but you guys are going to move to Florida? When are you going to do that? Well, planning before
5 months ago.
you definitely don't think he was drinking?
No,
definitely not.
No.
Does even you said he doesn't even drink?
He doesn't drink.
I've never seen him. I've never seen him act that way here. Never seen him drunk.
Okay.
Always normal, straight.
And definitely no. I want to.
I've never known him.
I don't want to live anymore. I'm
here.
done. I'm sick of it.
Suicidal ideation.
He's happy. He's a good guy.
He's just
Just
he's
likes
a
to-
hard always.
So maybe like an accident, or he ingested something and
I thought it was CO
wasn't what he
poison.
thought it was. You thought it was what?
I thought it was CO poison. I thought he was downstairs working all
carbon
day.
monoxide.
In the basement.
Okay.
Gas down there.
Well, when did he do that?
That
All
day.
He was, that's
That
all
morning?
his
Yeah.
shit's from here.
Yeah, we cleaning out the. Yeah.
Oh, well, that would be good to know. All right, so from 4 in the, when did he go down? In the basement, or is there a garage?
It's
There's
like
a
a
little-
little back.
Is it like a crawl space or is
It's
it?
like it's.
Can we see that?
Yeah, can we see that?
Yeah.
Do you think it was? He was
Yeah.
around.
It might be appropriate. Yeah, if we can.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, the reason we're here is
Didn't have the
to.
FD checked
Now.
out. I mean, that's what we thought.
Yeah.
So she was.
Do you have like a smoke detector or a CO detector
Yes,
down there?
I would tell you.
There was something down there, and we were cleaning it out. I think I brought it upstairs, actually. But I was telling Douglas yesterday, I want to get everybody, new monitors.
So
And have,
So he's in there all day long?
Not just put him in myself, but have the fire department.
And that was the day of. So
Day of.
when he woke up, he went down in the basement. He said he's kind of
Like
a
I
busy
said,
body.
he said, I cleaned the back room out.
Yeah.
It looks nice down there. You put your stuff
He
back
was
there.
Oh, the
dizzy.
back room.
The back,
was-
that's what we call the back room. It's connected to my unit down
and
here.
it's kind of like a garage.
Kind of like a.
And
crawl
where would the
space.
CO2 be coming? Is there a car in there or something?
No, just like
okay.
Like
Well, there was
the
a-
boiler stuff and.
boilers. Yeah.
Oh.
There
Can we
was
just go see what's down there just
there
to give
was
us a
a
frame of mind?
Yeah, just so I have an idea. Of
Was the generator running?
Yeah.
No. Was it running? No.
Yeah. Okay.
But he works hard. He's a bull. And he was dizzy a lot. He kept.
But just in general or yesterday?
When he was work while we were here. Well, he's been dizzy.
No, but I mean, like a week ago, would he be dizzy, or was
Yeah,
it just
yeah,
this
he-
recent?
He gets dizzy easily. But more so when he's working.
That works. I guess you didn't.
Yeah, I know.
And he had some heart stuff too going on, right?
And he's got a
You
pacemaker.
said COPD earlier,
And COPD, I definitely.
so that'll probably make you dizzy, right? If breathing.
Yeah.
But just breathing in this like dark air.
But it's it's just shitty air down here.
Did he say there was he had headaches or anything?
Yep.
When did he say he
He's
had?
had this all along, and he's already been to his doctor, and he's, he goes through the same thing, and he says nobody does anything for him.
So that was my take on it.
Is that door
This goes
to you?
Yeah.
That's to your.
No.
Okay.
Can I see?
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
So
Yeah, I'll come out so you can come in.
And so there's the furnace and.
yeah, there's all that stuff in there. And how long?
So everything that was in the back of his truck was down here. So this was all full.
Yeah, pretty much. It's full of paper.
Other than what the metal man did.
Yeah.
That's the only one. That's the other entry.
Yeah.
He would have
Yeah, exactly. We locked that door.
We were just clearing out stuff.
What about this hose over this side?
A hose?
This is that a dryer vent?
Yeah.
That's your dryer. Your dryer's right here.
Yeah, that's their bathroom.
All right. Okay, thanks.
Oh, I
don't want to hit my head.
Yeah,
He's kind of in and out of there.
yeah. Well, it's in there a lot, but but then he'd just stop and he puts his head, and I'm like, do you just see? I said, sit down and rest.
Would he do that
works
here?
too hard.
Would he do that right here? He'd be like, you'd see him.
Oh, he did it 5 times yesterday. That was
standing here.
well, wherever he was.
Oh, where he was, just
standing-
kind of not.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
But
All
I
right.
mean, that's an ongoing issue.
Well, that is what happened. That needs to be rectified because nobody could be in there, especially with you maybe on the other side.
I mean, not just dizzy from here. I mean, doing any kind of work,
Oh,
he'll
that's
stop,
what
and it's
happens,
like.
Okay.
And he definitely didn't leave during the night. You would have heard him. Like say you went out to meet. Say you went out to meet somebody.
Not necessarily. He's a sneaky guy.
Does that motion thing? Would that have picked him up?
It's not set up.
Unfortunately, that's the story of my life.
I know.
I have a B&E or something, and everyone's like, "Oh, I got great cameras, but they're not working." Thanks.
I had my ring camera. I didn't see anyone.
It would have done a motion.
It pings. It gets all the way to the truck.
Oh, okay, that's good.
So you can see who's coming up and down the walkway.
Good.
All right. Then I don't have any more questions. And sorry for just.
You don't have any answers either.
No.
Not yet. But
That's what we're trying. That's what we're trying to get the answers. And like I said, we just try to get ahead of some things, just because it's a lot easier than trying to remember what happened a couple weeks ago, or a month ago, or even 6 months ago. If something else comes up. What's the best phone number to reach you at, Judy?
978-360-0076.
Is that your cell phone?
I'm leaving.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
Probably. All right. I just want you.
Think in my car.
I'm already. I'm sick of my stomach. I couldn't even see him.
So, I'm our only detective, so if you need me, just call the station and ask. My name's Detective Verney, but if you just say I need to speak to
Verney?
Verney, yep, V-E-R-N-E-Y. So, if you just say, I need to talk to the detective, they'll get you to me.
Do you have cards?
I have one in my
I have
car.
one of my cruiser. Actually, one of the last calls.
Everybody.
No, I do have it. No, I swear to God, it's in my cruiser.
Right, that's like,
I literally gave my last one.
how many? I gave my last one out too, but I also keep forgetting to restock it. So.
The rest of the video is just giving out phone numbers and talking about your business cards. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think Mr. Camellia will stop for the
Okay.
morning break here.
All right.
Jurors, before I let you go for the break, you may have noticed occasionally what looked like a jump cut in the video. Just as with a document where I told you things may get blacked out or redacted because either I've made a determination that something's irrelevant or the parties by agreement have agreed that something's irrelevant. The same may occur in various videos that you may see during the course of this trial. Don't speculate on what's been removed from any video or document. It's been removed because it has no bearing on anything that you have to decide in this case. With that, we will take a 20-minute morning recess.
All right. Just leave your notebooks on the chair. Just on the floor.
Detective Verdi, you may step down. Let me just see counsel at sidebar for just a moment before we recess.
Court is back in session. May be seated. Good to go, comrade.
But she didn't get involved until 11. Okay. She's PA right now. Yes. Okay. Well, Shin was kind of like that too.
Yeah.
All right, pretty good. Be seated.
Detective, when we broke, we had just finished watching the body cam of the interview that you and Trooper Williams did on November 12, 2022, yes?
Correct.
All right. Aside from what I had mentioned when I stopped the video, that there was some discussion about phone numbers and business cards, did you have any more conversation about the case, about what had happened to Mr. Fowler with Ms. Church that day?
No.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you having taken any videos of him prior to the arrival of the emergency medical personnel on the day before, November 11, 2022?
No, sir.
Would that have been information that was helpful to the investigation?
Yes.
And you were present for a second interview of Ms. Church that happened on the 14th of November, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand from speaking to me that we're going to put that evidence in through Trooper Williams later on in the trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Nokunis.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, it's fair to say that when you were there, you were directing the interview with Ms. Church about the condition of Mr. Fowler and what she could shed on the condition of Mr. Fowler to you, right?
Correct.
And you were giving her a particular timeline. And in terms of her responses and the last questions by the district attorney, did she talk to you about any videos? She appeared to be very emotional when you were talking to her that day, right?
Yeah, she had a lot of ups and downs.
Right. Several times she appeared as if she was going to cry. And
Yes.
therefore, in terms of you were redirecting her at different times, bringing her back to the subject matter that you wanted, right? She was talking about, her relationship with Mr. Fowler, and she was expanding upon that relationship, and you were trying to focus on November 11th, 2022, right?
Well, we wanted to learn as much as we could about what happened. So
Now, following that meeting with Ms. Church, and that lasted, a period, you were there at that site probably, an hour?
between a half an hour to an hour.
And it started at 3, so you out of there around 4?
I believe so. No, I think it started around 4 o'clock.
And at some point in time, you had already set up a subsequent meeting to take place at Mr. Eaton's house, right?
That evolved as the day went on.
All right.
That evolved as the day went on. This was the first appointment we had made. And
You go to the meeting at the Eaton house?
Yes.
Okay. And that was around 5 o'clock November 12th, right?
It was later in the day. I'm not sure exactly what time.
Okay. And how had you selected the people to come to that meeting?
We had spoken with the family, specifically Leroy Fowler III.
You lean a little bit into that mic.
Yes, sir. Sorry. So we were speaking with Leroy Fowler III, and we were just asking, anybody who had any information they wanted to share with us, we were willing to speak to.
Well, you brought Tammy, right? Did she come to that meeting?
Tammy was there, yes.
Yeah. William Eaton, right?
Billy, yeah, Wilhelmine, yes.
Leroy Fowler III, right?
Correct.
Okay. And had you and Lieutenant Sullivan sat down and said, who should we bring to this meeting?
I didn't think.
Judge, I think there might be some confusion. I don't know who Lieutenant Sullivan is.
Lieutenant Sullivan, Williams, Trooper Williams, or someone else.
Trooper Williams. I'm sorry.
Trooper Williams.
I elevated him, Judge. I'm sorry.
And you gave him a different last name too, I think.
Right. So somebody had to select the people to come, right? You just didn't randomly. They didn't randomly come there. Somebody had to call them and said, "Come to this location at this time," right?
Well, the whole family was pretty much together. When we had spoken with Leroy, the family was all in communication with each other, and obviously they were concerned about Leroy and his health. This is a serious matter for the family.
No, each of them is concerned, but to get them at one location at one time, that just didn't randomly happen. You had to have, somebody had to call them and say, hey, come to this location for this time. I want to talk to you about this, right?
Yeah, we coordinated through the family. I'm not
sorry,
sure
could you
exactly.
lean into that?
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. So between us and the family, we all decided that was the best location.
Okay. So, and then how did you know to go to William Eaton's house?
We were invited there.
You were invited to come. So the family set up the meeting. They wanted to talk to you?
So ideally, any interview we would like to happen at the police station. So in coordinating it with I believe we did 4 interviews that night. It made the most sense to meet them there. It was the easiest.
And to your knowledge, did the folks you were going to meet with and talk to know what the substance of what the issue was that you were going to talk to them about? Did you prep them in any way to say, here's what we're going to ask you?
So the family reached out to us in the morning. Leroy Fowler III reached out to us in the morning, concerned about the condition of his father, and they all wished to speak with us. We wanted to learn as much information as we could about Leroy himself, about what might have happened. We were just as curious and confused as anybody else.
I don't have any further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any follow-up on that, Mr. Camilio?
You were asked a couple questions at the beginning of the cross about Miss Church's demeanor during that interview. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
When was it that Miss Church got most upset during that interview?
Most upset would be when we referenced the other girlfriend, or she said, I'm not the other girlfriend.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Nokunis?
No other questions, Judge.
Thank you very much, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Angela Scheidinger, please.
I'm just going to ask you to stand behind the blue line and face the clock.
If you'd raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Come around. What's your step? Come on.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon. Introduce yourself to the members of the jury, telling them your first and last name, and then spelling your last name.
Sure. I'm Angela Scheidegger, and I'm a physician assistant in the emergency room. Last name is Scheidegger.
What hospital do you work in? What emergency room?
I work primarily not at Melrose Wakefield, but also at Anna Jake's Hospital.
How long have you worked at Anna Jake's?
About 5 years as a PA.
And what is a PA?
A physician assistant, so I'm one of the providers in the emergency room.
And as a provider in the emergency room, can you describe very briefly to the jury what your duties and responsibilities are as a provider in the emergency room?
So we independently see patients that come into the emergency room, and then we discuss with our attendings, like, depending on the case, but we order tests, we perform certain procedures, we interpret images along with radiology and talk to specialists and whatnot.
When you say the attending, who is that?
The primary doctor that's on with me in the emergency room.
So there'd be an emergency room doctor, a physician's assistant, and then potentially nurses who are assisting you?
Exactly, and nurse practitioners, which have the same role as my job.
In the emergency room at Anna Jake's, how does a physician's assistant differ from a nurse in terms of your responsibilities and duties?
Sure. I place the orders typically, and then nursing would draw blood or help care for the patient in other ways, give vital signs, that type of stuff. They're, I think, more involved with being at the bedside with the patient.
And as a physician's assistant, are you more involved, as you indicated, the orders, but also looking at the results of certain tests that you ordered to make determinations of how to treat a patient?
Yes.
Very briefly, what is your educational background?
Sure. So I went to PA School at Franklin Pierce and graduated in 2021. And I have worked in the emergency room ever since then. I worked previously in the emergency room as a technician prior to PA School.
Prior to PA School, you were a technician. What were your duties and responsibilities in the emergency room as a technician?
Sure. Vitals, I did EKGs, I transported patients to tests, helped providers if they needed help with certain procedures.
Excuse me. Can you kind of take us through when a patient comes into the emergency room at Anna Jake's via ambulance, what happens?
It depends. So if they are, if there's a room available and they're a critical patient, they go right into a room. Nurses will be at the bedside. They'll triage them, talk with the EMS, and then the patient if they're able to provide information. And then one of the providers goes in to evaluate the patient.
And I want to specifically turn your attention to November 11th of 2022. Were you working in the Anna Jake's emergency room that morning?
Yes.
Do you remember what shift you were assigned, what your hours were?
Yeah, I was working at 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. that day.
At some point, did you have an occasion to be the physician's assistant for a patient by the name of Leroy Fowler?
Yes.
And was he a patient at Anna Jake's when you came in at 9 a.m.?
I don't remember if he was there before I got there, but I saw him pretty quickly after I got to work. So.
And what observations did you make of Mr. Fowler when you got to work around 9 a.m. that morning?
So he came in and he was altered. He was not really able to provide any information. He was thrashing around in the stretcher and not making any, valuable sentences or words that made sense to kind of tease out what was going on at that point.
Were you asking him questions and there was some type of a response, but not something that was in response to your actual question?
Yeah, correct. I don't remember him ever giving me like a specific word that I thought was valuable in what I was asking him.
When you say altered, could you describe to the jury what you mean by altered?
Sure. He was basically incoherent. He, again, was not able to provide information or communicate like a normal person would. He wasn't following commands, was thrashing around in the stretcher.
Did you make observations of his eyes at any point?
Yes. So he had equal pupillary response, but it was slightly slower than usual.
What does that mean?
I believe It can be from a lot of things. So you can see it with certain medications, you can see it with head injuries. There's many different things. Light can affect it in general.
Is it fair to say when you first got there, because he was unable to appropriately or in any way answer your questions, you didn't have any information as to what had caused him to come to the emergency room?
Right. When I first saw him, I had really nothing except that he was altered. And I believe we didn't have like good records on him for review. So I had very limited information in terms of past medical history, medications he takes, stuff like that.
When someone comes into the emergency room altered and provide that type of information to you, what is the procedure? What did you order to happen?
Yeah, so altered mental status is very common in the emergency room, and some of the stuff is pretty standardized, but it also varies based off how severe their symptoms are. But we, check labs for abnormalities, look at glucose levels, look for infection, look for signs of trauma. There's a lot of different things that can cause altered mental status that we kind of gauge out.
Based on the observations that you are making of Mr. Fowler upon your immediate interaction with him around 9 a.m. that morning, what was your plan?
Yeah, so he came in and was very altered. His vital signs, I believe, were pretty normal, but I knew that he was going to be a critical patient. So I pretty quickly spoke with the doctor that I was working with that day and was trying to figure out if we had ICU beds available for the patient, and we didn't. And that was just an assumption based off how he presented that he would need a higher level of care. So I knew pretty early on that he probably was going to have to be transferred to another hospital.
And when you said needed a higher level of care, is that why you deemed him critical?
Yeah.
And is that common if Anna Jakes doesn't have an ICU bed available, that you would make arrangements with another hospital to get an ICU bed?
Yep. Very good.
Specifically going back to those initial observations of him, at some point, did someone come into the emergency room with Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
And was it a male or a female?
Female.
Was she there when you got there, or did she arrive shortly thereafter?
I think she came shortly after.
Was she providing you information as to what had happened to Mr. Fowler prior to him coming to the hospital?
Yes.
And what, to your memory, did she tell you?
So she identified herself as his girlfriend, and she said that the day prior he was acting normal, and that they were doing yard work, I believe. And then overnight, it sounds like she, I think, got woken up in the middle of the night by him, and she said that he had fallen multiple times. And then around 6:30 in the morning, I believe she had noticed that he was much more altered.
What was her demeanor as you were speaking to her?
She was pretty calm, and right by the bedside next to the patient, she was trying to be very helpful, I felt like, and answered the questions that I asked her.
Is it fair to say that any observations that you made of Mr. Fowler during your interaction with him, as well as any treatment that was given or requested, is documented in medical records that are kept by the hospital?
It should be, yep.
In this case, you've had an opportunity to review those medical records, correct?
Yes.
And in those records, did you actually document the conversation that you had with the female identifying herself as Mr. Fowler's girlfriend?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'm going to show a portion of what's previously been marked as Exhibit 6.
You may.
Just one moment.
Sorry. Oh, this is not going to be helpful. If I can. Can you see that on the screen, or is it really blurry?
I can read it.
Okay, let's see what we do. So, Ms. Scheidegger, in the history of present illness, did you specifically document the conversation that you had with the girlfriend of Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
And did you indicate, she states that yesterday he was behaving completely normally and they were doing a bunch of yard work together. He woke her up from sleep at 3:30 stating that he had fallen 3 times and she did not think that he was particularly altered at that time. This morning at 6:30, she found him and he has been extremely altered since. She tried to bring him to bed, but states he was dead weight and then fell out of the bed.
Yes.
Regarding no recent illnesses, he has not vomited. He has complained of abdominal pain to his girlfriend prior to arrival. Are all of those things that were provided by the girlfriend while she was in the emergency room with him?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that he may have taken a Percocet last night, but she is not sure?
Yes.
As part of the labs that you had ordered initially, was testing for narcotics part of that?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. And what narcotics specifically are you testing for?
I think there's a list. There's a list of the ones that we tested for. There's a lot, but there's opiates, and then we have fentanyl, and there's other types of drugs that we test for immediately in the toxicology screen.
And in your review of the results of the blood test that was taken for Mr. Fowler on that day for any narcotics, did you see any indication that he was positive for Percocets?
No.
I'm going to show you another portion of Exhibit 6 with the court's permission. It's page 4 of the summary, including the lab results. And if you could just kind of take us through what is depicted in this page.
Sure.
Judge, I would object. I think that speaks for itself.
Pursuant to our conversation at sidebar, I will allow both counsel, if they wish, to highlight a few selected portions of the medical records. Jurors, you need to understand that you'll have the entire medical records in front of you, but if counsel wish to draw your attention with a witness on the stand to a particular portion, I'm going to permit them to do that. Unless the witness is someone like the present witness who may have some particular expertise and is construing the record, you can read the records as well as anybody else. I will simply allow them to be highlighted for you right now. Go ahead, Ms. Strasing.
Could you just kind of take us through what this is?
Sure. So this is the urine toxicology screen that we do. And the thing that came back positive was cocaine, but oxycodone, which is one of the active ingredients in the Percocet, is negative addition, and the opiates are negative as well in there. And I think somewhere there's a specific fentanyl test. I believe it's maybe on another page, but that's also negative.
So there was no indication in, I believe you said it was a urine test, not a blood test, I apologize, that Mr. Fowler was positive for Percocets.
Correct.
In reviewing the, actually before I get into that, in the medical record, did you also document observations that you made of him during your interactions with him?
Yes.
I'm going to show you page 2 of 12 in Exhibit 6. You indicated that the vital signs were fairly normal?
Yep.
And in the general, thrashing around, eyes closed, grunting, and not answering any questions, are those the observations of you that you made of him upon going into the emergency room?
Yes.
Then you went on to talk about his skin, his head, his eyes, specifically bolded is pupils with decreased response to light and accommodation bilaterally, pupils round. What does that mean?
So, like I said, that can happen with certain medications that people are prescribed or take. It can happen with injuries, brain injuries, and it can, your eyes respond to light in general. So if the room's super bright or dark, it can change that.
And the other portion that was bolded is under neuro, alert, altered, does not answer any questions, uncooperative. Why is that under the neuro section of that assessment?
Because altered mental status and assessing if someone's alert and oriented is part of a neurologic assessment. So that's where we would document that.
So based on what you were seeing and what you were observing in his pupils. Did you order a CAT scan?
Yes.
Why did you order a CAT scan?
For, I guess, multiple reasons, but the girlfriend had said that he had fallen, and those seemed like they were unwitnessed falls, and he was altered. So to look for a head bleed, to make sure the vessels in the brain were patent, other things would be like a mass or something that's causing altered mental status.
And at some point, did you receive the results of the CAT scan that you ordered?
Yeah, and
What were the results of the CAT scan?
it was negative. There was no acute findings.
And at some point, did you also order a lumbar puncture to be done?
Yeah,
What is a lumbar puncture?
sure. It's when you put a needle in the back to obtain cerebral spinal fluid to look for infection. You can also sometimes measure the pressure in the brain that can cause altered mental status if it's high. So that's why we were looking for other causes of the confusion.
And what were the results of the testing of the, what did you say, the cerebral fluid?
Yeah, so I attempted, and the doctor I was working with also attempted, and we were unable to get it. It was hard with him in particular because he was not a cooperative patient, and it can be dangerous, to put a needle in the spine if they're thrashing around. So we did attempt, but we didn't get it. I don't know if it was obtained at another hospital.
At some point after the blood was drawn, obviously we've talked about the results of the cocaine and the Percocets. Were other lab results coming in for your review, as well as were you ordering additional labs throughout the time that Mr. Fowler was at Anna Jake's?
Yes.
And were any of the lab results coming back abnormal?
Yeah. I don't remember if his potassium was initially abnormal, but some of his electrolytes are abnormal, including the potassium, I believe the calcium as well. And then he had other signs that was pointing towards a metabolic issue. So we added a venous blood gas to look for at other causes.
What does all of that mean? So all of those things are abnormal. What was abnormal about the potassium?
So his potassium was high, which we can see pretty frequently. It doesn't necessarily point towards one thing, but when his bicarbonate and he had an anion gap on his CMP, his comprehensive metabolic panel, which prompted us to look at his pH, and we determined that he was in a metabolic acidosis.
What is metabolic acidosis?
It's when you have your acid levels are high in the blood, and it can be caused by a lot of things. It happens when there's an imbalance in the blood.
And what kind of things cause an imbalance in the blood?
Sure. You can get it from infection, you can get it from dehydration, you can get it from certain medications. Severe diabetes can cause it if you're having very high glucose levels. Kidney disease, there's a lot of different causes for it.
I think you also mentioned anion gap.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
So that's part of your blood. You have certain electrolytes, specifically what they look at, what that is, sodium chloride and bicarbonate, I believe, and it's just a measured portion, but difference between them, and it can help to identify different causes of a metabolic acidosis.
And I'm going to show you a portion again of Exhibit 6, this time what's page 6 of 12. And it talks about the anion gap being 27. Is that correct? You can see that?
Yep.
And then the calcium is highlighted, or bolded, I guess. What did you observe about the calcium?
So the calcium was abnormal as well. I didn't look too much towards that in regards to his symptoms. But with the anion gap, and then when you look further down at the VBG with the pH, and those are the things that we were kind of looking at.
So VPG with the pH, what is that?
That's the part of the component of a metabolic acidosis where the acid level is low in the blood.
And is it fair to say that while you're waiting to see if you can get Mr. Fowler to another hospital, to an ICU, you're doing all these tests to try to figure out what's going on?
Yeah.
And are you able at any point while Mr. Fowler was at Anna Jake's to get a definitive diagnosis as to what was causing all of these symptoms that you testified to observing and the various blood work that was coming back?
No, we couldn't come up with a definitive diagnosis before he was transferred.
Does your hospital, or I guess did your hospital in November of 2022 test Mr. Fowler to see if ethylene glycol was present in any of the blood that was drawn during his stay there?
So I don't believe I don't think that was tested when he was there that day because he was transferred, but it was something that they tested from the blood at the hospital, I believe. I don't know if it was ordered when I saw him. Would the ethylene glycol have been able to be tested in the lab at Anna Jake's, or would it have been sent out? Oh, yeah, it would have been sent out. It's not a test that we would have got back that day, probably not for several days.
So is it fair to say that there's some testing that the lab at Anna Jake's can't do there? It needs to be sent out to external labs for a specific type of testing?
Yep.
And is ethylene glycol one of those things?
Yes.
At some point did you have to give Mr. to calm him down?
Yes.
What did you give him?
I believe, I would have you pull up the chart, but I think we might have given him Ativan. We gave him common medications that we give to sedate patients.
And any medication that you gave to him at Anna Jake's would be contained within the medical records, is that correct? Additionally, at some point was a decision made that Mr. Fowler had to be intubated?
Yes.
And why did you make that decision?
With the doctor I was working with, yes.
And why was it your belief that Mr. Fowler had to be intubated?
So because we were having trouble transferring him, he was in the emergency room for a while at our facility. And with the progression of this metabolic acidosis, so we repeated labs and his pH had dropped more and he continued to be altered. And because of that, we did it to protect him and prevent anything from worsening.
As your pH is dropping, what is happening to your body during that time?
Sure. So your body is trying to compensate in multiple ways. One of the ways you can see this is with breathing. So he had kind of this irregular increased work of breathing that we can sometimes see when people have a very low pH. And it's the body's way to try and fix the acidity of the blood. But that indicates that it's more severe, which is why he was intubated.
And I guess I should ask you this. I'm sure we all have a common understanding, but what does it mean to be intubated?
Sure. It's when you are helping the patient breathe, so you put a tube down to protect their airway and to allow them to breathe properly.
At some point, was Mr. Fowler transferred from Anna Jake's to another hospital?
Yes.
Are you aware of which hospital he was transferred to?
Yep, he went to Mount Auburn.
Did you stay as the PA for Mr. Fowler during that entire time that you were in the emergency room as he was before being transferred to Mount Auburn?
Yes.
At any point, did the girlfriend that was with him ever show you any videos depicting to you what had happened to Mr. Fowler prior to him being taken to the emergency room?
No.
Did she indicate to you that she had videos if you wanted to see what was happening prior to his arrival there?
No.
Would that have been documented?
Yes.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Ultimately, during the time that Mr. Fowler was at Anna Jake, did you ever come to a conclusion as to what was causing this?
No.
And is it fair to say during that time you were just trying to triage what you were observing before he could get to the ICU bed?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Norkunis.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Now, it's fair to say that this took place back on November 11th of 2022.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And for the record, you have to give me a positive or negative answer. And you've had a few other patients since then till the present time, right?
Yes.
And you saw this gentleman along with what you were seeing. It's a hospital, so you had more than one patient that night, right?
Correct.
And you were running between the patients, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And in terms of coming in here today, you have to go out and read a whole bunch of stuff or you wouldn't remember to think about this, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you gave a statement to the police at some point in time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Back in February of 2023, right?
Yep.
And you had an opportunity to read that before you came in today, right?
Yes.
To try and refresh your memory, right?
Yep.
And did you, in fact, did the government present you with a copy of the medical records and ask you to review those as well?
Yes.
Now, one issue here was that it appeared that Mr. Fowler's condition was deteriorating while he was at your hospital, right?
Yep.
And he came into your hospital sometime around 9 a.m.
Yes.
and he left sometime around 8 p.m.
I believe so.
Somewhere around, so he was there like 12 hours, right? Approximately.
Yep.
And during those 12 hours, you know, it's reasonable as a medical professional that he was not improving, right?
Correct.
He was deteriorating, right?
Correct.
And at some point in time, the care that you, Jake's Hospital, could give to him was kind of stopped, right? You couldn't do anything more for him.
Correct, which is why we transferred him.
Right. And that was probably after he'd been there 3 hours, maybe?
What do you mean?
Well, he was there 3 hours, and then you're doing the blood work, you're doing the CAT scan. You were progressing him as rapidly as you could through the process of
Yep.
the hospital, correct?
Sure. Yep.
And that probably took 3 to 4 hours?
Probably around that. I mean, you can see what time CAT scans came back and lab work came back in the record, but yes.
Okay. And and the lady that came in, you indicated when you were talking to the police that she was very helpful, right?
She was willing to provide information. Yep.
Right. She was appeared to be also, you had indicated, comforting to the gentleman that was the patient, right?
Yep.
And she stayed with him the time he was there, right?
I don't remember if she was there the whole time, but she was there.
All right. Again, it's hard to remember.
Yeah.
4 years ago, one person, one
Yeah.
room, one patient, right? And she appeared to be sympathetic to him, right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked, were you shown any videos of Mr. Fowler, correct, just a few minutes ago?
Yep.
And if you saw the videos and the person was standing, falling, or crawling, and you saw no blood and you saw no marks, what type of medical significance could that possibly have to you?
People can have internal bleeding that can cause them to be altered without seeing blood, but I didn't see a video.
Right. You can't, unless there's an exterior mark, unless there's bleeding, unless there's something that takes place, it's irrelevant, right?
I mean, I don't know that it's irrelevant. I think it could have been helpful to see how he was progressing, but I didn't see that, so I can't comment on it.
Now, and you get a medical history from the lady that came in, right?
Yep.
Were you able to get his full medical history from his local doctor or that was online?
No.
And when they did the toxology tests, they showed cocaine was present, right?
Correct.
And it doesn't give you a duration or an amount, right? In other
Correct.
words. And did you, and in terms of either opiates or any of the other narcotics, that was the only one that was present, right? Cocaine.
For the urine toxicology screen that we got, the only thing that was positive was cocaine, yes.
Okay.
Alcohol was negative also, but that was a blood test.
Right. Now, did you think that the ingestion of cocaine was causing any of his problems?
No.
Why?
His heart rate was normal. Typically, you don't get that level of altered mental status with a cocaine overdose, but seeing it, you can always think, you know, if I see anything positive on a toxicology test, it raises concern and makes us think about it.
He had a pacemaker, right?
Correct.
And what does cocaine do? It increases your heart rate, right? And at that point in time, was that adverse?
Well, his initial EKG, which I document in the chart, I don't think he was in a paced rhythm when he first came in, which sometimes people can have pacemakers that only go on with certain triggers. All I can say is his heart rate was normal when he got there.
Now, and you're not a toxicologist, right?
No.
Now, you said when you first observed this gentleman, you at that point in time don't know how long he had been there, correct?
In the emergency room?
Right.
Correct. I mean, in the chart, it says, I think that he got there just before 8 or just before 9. So, and I got to work right at 9. So I don't think he had been there that long.
Well, had there been a nurse attending to him prior to your arrival?
Yep.
Okay. And do you know that she had been with him like half an hour or something prior to your arrival?
I don't know. You would have to look in the chart
Okay.
for timing.
But that, and that was Megan Berry?
Correct?
So she would have made the initial observations of him when he came into the hospital.
Yes.
And if there was any conversation with him, it would have taken place with her, potentially.
Potentially, yeah. It depends on who triage is and who else is in the room. Sometimes there's more people.
And again, you did the CAT scan because the girlfriend, and she identified herself as that, right?
Correct.
And she had told you that he had fallen and banged his head, and that's why you did the CAT scan, right?
I don't remember if she told me he banged his head, but she said he had fallen and he came in altered. And she had also mentioned he had abdominal pain, so we ended up getting imaging of his chest, abdomen, pelvis to look for other injuries or causes.
He had fallen several times, she told you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you did an initial assessment of his head. There was no bleeding, there was no swelling, there was no bruising, right?
Correct.
So therefore, in that context, it did not appear to have been a head injury, right?
So I've seen head injuries without external signs of trauma, but there was no obvious bruising or signs of trauma when he came in.
Well, it's a little bit, anything in life is possible, right? But generally, from your observations, it did not appear to have been a head injury.
Sure.
And you never had a definitive diagnosis. I think the term was you did not have a specific diagnosis by the time he left 12 hours later.
Correct.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Strasnick.
Just very briefly, if I could approach with Exhibit 6, since
You may.
it was not very clear. You had indicated that, I'm going to show you the medical records. You had indicated in the records there is a list of the times in which Mr. Fowler was interacted with throughout the course of his stay there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And is that essentially called the event history?
Yes.
Does it indicate what time he was received from the hospital, by the hospital, or came in, I guess?
Yes.
And what time was that?
8:54 a.m.
Does it document what time he was put into a room within the emergency room once he was received?
Yes.
And what time was that?
8:56.
And at some point thereafter, was he registered?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The people in registration get his information. In his case, I'm assuming they got his driver's license because he wasn't answering questions, but to get them registered in the computer.
And what time was that?
8:59.
So from the time he was received, he was registered within 5 minutes. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
He was triaged, which is
Perfect. Yep, you read my mind. Go ahead.
typically by one of the nurses in the emergency room, and that's to get information, do the initial vitals, the initial assessment of the patient.
And what time was that initial triage?
9:01.
And is that when blood would have been initially drawn as well by the triaging
Typically,
nurse?
yes, but not always.
And then it says, the next says seen by provider at 9.
Correct.
And would that have been you?
Yes.
So he is received by the hospital at 8:54. All of those things we just discussed happen. And by 9:11, you're seeing him and making the observations that we just discussed.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Narkunis, anything further?
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Ms. Schreier, thank you very much. You may step down.
Thank you for asking for me.
William Eaton. Okay. All right. Apparently he stepped out for a second. So Trooper Dave Strong, or excuse me, Sergeant Dave Strong.
I'm gonna ask you to stand behind this blue line, face the court.
Sir, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is David Strong, S-T-R-O-N-G. I'm a sergeant with the Mass State Police.
And how long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police, sir?
14 years.
All right. And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the State Police Detective Unit.
And in Essex County?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a member of the State Police Detective Unit, sir?
I began in 2018.
Okay. So 8 years or so?
Yes.
Okay. And as a sergeant with the detective unit, sir, what are your duties and responsibilities?
We investigate deaths in Essex County, homicides, unattended deaths, suspicious deaths, and we also do drug offenses and narcotics.
Okay. And so for the last 8 years, you have been you've been both the investigator and supervisor on these types of cases and investigations. Is that fair?
Yes, I was promoted in January of 2025 to sergeant.
Okay. And so I want to take you back, sir, to November 14th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to November 14th, 2022, had you been at all involved in an investigation into a death involving an individual named Leroy Fowler?
I had not.
Okay. And on that day, the 14th, did one of the, so you were still a trooper at that point in time, fair?
Yes.
Okay. And one of your supervisors, request, but really order, you to participate in something that was going to be going on in that particular investigation.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that that you were asked to participate in?
It was a search warrant.
Okay. And that was a search warrant that was going to be executed at 108 Central Ave in Salisbury. Is that correct? Now, did you and a couple of other state troopers go to that location in order to conduct the search?
We did.
Okay. And the appearance of 108 Central Ave was documented with some photographs during the course of the execution of the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a chance to look at a number of those photographs yesterday, fair to say?
I did.
Okay. Now, when you first entered the unit at 108 Central Ave, what were your first observations as you entered?
We entered through the back door, back of the house. It was dirty. It was cluttered. There was like a back porch area, which I believe a couch or maybe a futon. As we entered the residence, it was a kitchen, a bedroom, and a bathroom.
All right, just the kitchen. What did the kitchen look like?
It was dirty. It was cluttered. Miscellaneous items scattered throughout the house.
Okay. Same with the bedroom and the bathroom.
Yes.
Where did you start your search, sir?
The kitchen.
Okay. And as you were searching the kitchen, sir, did you notice anything? Did anything catch your attention in particular at that point in time?
Yes. Several empty bottles. I located a bottle of de-icer behind the kitchen island. It was orange.
All right. So I should have been paying a little bit more attention. I was looking for something that we got a little confused with our witness order here. So you mentioned that you found a Powerade bottle?
No, I found a bottle of de-icer.
De-icer, I'm sorry. And where did you see this de-icer at first, when you first saw it?
It was in the kitchen. In the kitchen, there was an island, and so it was behind the island.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to hand you two photographs. May I approach you?
Yes, you may.
Hand you two photographs and just ask you to take a quick look at those and let me know if you recognize those two, what's depicted in those two photographs.
Yes, that's going to be the de-icer I located behind the kitchen. In the kitchen.
One of those is sort of a wider angle and one's a close-up of the bottle.
Yes, sir. It's behind the island.
All right, I'll offer these as the next two exhibits.
Mr. Scully?
No objection, Your Honor.
They may come in as our next two exhibits.
Exhibit 14 and 15, so much.
The close-up is 14 and the wider angle is 15. All right. And now calling your attention to the monitor, which just cut out. This item right here, the clear bottle with the orange liquid in it, that is the de-icer that you were referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you continue to look around the kitchen at that point, sir?
Yes.
All right. What did you see next that was relevant to you, sir?
Underneath the kitchen island was an open space for a recycling bin.
Okay. And did you take a look in? Did you take a look? You know what was contained inside the recycling bin?
I did.
All right. Hand you the next photograph, sir, and ask you if you recognize that what's depicted in that photo.
I do. That's the recycling bin underneath the island in the kitchen.
And was there something particular in the recycling bin that sort of drew your attention as you looked into it?
Yeah, I noticed a fruit punch Powerade bottle, which should have been red, and I noted the bottom of the bottle was an orange liquid.
Your Honor, after this is the next exhibit.
Mr. Scully?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Exhibit 16, so much.
All right, it's tough to see here, but if you look sort of behind what looks like a Mike's Harder Mango, you can see the clear plastic Powerade bottle that you were referring to. Is that right, sir? Right kind of where I have my finger pointing?
Yes, it is.
All right. And did you take the bottle out of the recycling bin at that point to get a slightly closer view of it?
I did.
And handing you another photograph, sir. Do you recognize that to be a picture of that Powerade bottle that you get now placed on the countertop?
Yes.
I'd offer this as the next exhibit, Judge.
Any objection? Very good. Exhibit 17.
Exhibit 17, so marked.
And that's the Powerade bottle?
Yes.
Find anything else in the kitchen, sir?
I located a blender
Okay.
in the kitchen.
And there wasn't a picture of the blender, but where did you locate that?
I was in the cabinet. I believe it was above the sink.
Okay. So above the kitchen sink.
Yeah, in one of the cabinets.
Okay. Now, did you also go into the bedroom of Miss Church?
Yes.
And inside of the bedroom, sir, did you locate anything inside of the bedroom?
We located 2 notebooks.
All right. Just, with the court's permission, hand you a couple of pairs of gloves. I'm going to try to put them on. I have a broken finger here, which makes it a little difficult, but I'll just put this one on. I think that'll be better. Hand you 2 items, sir. Ask you to just take a quick look at those and flip through them for a second if you need to. You recognize those 2 items?
I do.
All right. What do you recognize those 2 items to be?
These are the 2 notebooks I located in Judy Church's bedroom.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer these as the next 2 exhibits.
Mr. Scully?
No objection.
Excuse me? We're marking them separately. Yeah. Thank you.
Exhibit 18 and exhibit 19, so marked.
And both notebooks contain a number of sort of handwritten notes, stories, lists, fair to say?
Yes.
It's which one's the red spiral? Just so I.
Red, Your Honor, is 19 and purple is 18.
Thank you.
Sir, handing you an item, asking if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
This would be the fruit punch Powerade that I located in the recycling bin.
Okay, and is it different today as you look at it from when it was when you found it?
Yes.
Okay, what's different about it?
There's no liquid in it.
All right, and you understand that that liquid was taken out during the course of the investigation and tested by various people?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer
That's
this
you.
as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Scully?
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 20.
So marked.
You should see Miss Draper tie flies.
Not very well.
There you go.
This is just showing the jury now, with the court's permission, what's now been marked as Exhibit 20, the Powerade bottle that you found in the recycling bin. Handing you a bag, sir. It contains sort of two items that are separated. Do you recognize what's contained in that bag?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Would be the top of a blender.
Okay. That was the item that you located in the cabinet above the sink?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Offer this as the next exhibit.
Mr. Scully?
No objection.
Exhibit 21.
Can we keep it in the bag,
Sure, of
please?
course.
Thank you.
Exhibit 21, so marked.
And I'm just going to take it out for a second. Sir, is the item in the same condition now as it was when you found it?
I believe so.
Okay. And same with the, what you call this, the base of the blender?
Yes, it appears to be the same.
So when you found it, it was in this same, it was dry, it was it separated or together?
I don't recall, but it was dry.
And then just going to hold this item up for you, sir. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
And what do you recognize this to be?
The orange de-icer I located in the kitchen.
Your Honor, after this is the next exhibit.
Mr. Scully?
No objection.
22.
Exhibit 22, so marked.
Oh. I didn't have you mention it earlier, but did you find a fifth item, a cell phone?
Yes, a black iPhone.
And that was just hand you.
Yes.
This is the same phone that you located that day?
Yes.
All right. Next exhibit, Your Honor.
Mr. Scully?
No objection.
Could we also keep that in the bag, Mr.? Sure.
Exhibit 23.
Thank you.
Was there a second trash can / recycling bin that you also went through during the course of your search of the residence?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And this picture here that I'm handing you, is that a photograph of that second recycling bin / trash can?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I offer this as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 24.
In understanding that you kind of poked through this just to look for additional evidence, this is substantially in the same shape as it was when you first looked at it and went through it?
Yes.
All right. And so just, again, a number of cans, Fanta, the same Mike's Harder Mango, and some other bottles. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. In addition to the Powerade bottle that we've now marked as Exhibit 20, did you also find some additional Powerade bottles in and around the residence during the course of your search?
We did.
Okay. And those bottles appear to have the fruit punch color liquid in them as opposed to the orange that was present in the Exhibit 20?
Yes.
And sir, finally, I'm going to hand you four photographs. Just ask you to look through those real quick. Just ask you when you're done if you recognize what's depicted in those four photographs, just generally.
I do. It'd be the bedroom when you walk into the home, a bedroom off the bathroom, the kitchen, and the living room area.
Okay. And do those four photos sort of accurately depict how those four rooms looked from the angles that those photographs were taken when you were conducting the search on November 14, 2022?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, right after these is the next four.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 25 through 28, so Matt.
And 28, that's that back bedroom that you referred to as you sort of walked into the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Just leave that up for a second. '27, that's the bedroom that you referred to that is closer to the bathroom?
Yes.
'26 is the kitchen?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you can, and in the sort of bottom right-hand corner-ish, you can see the recycling bin where I have my finger. That is the recycling bin where you found the Powerade bottle?
Yes, it is.
And the Rain-X would be on the other side of that counter to the right?
Yes.
And then that's just one more angle of the bed. Is that the bedroom?
I believe that's going to be the room off of the kitchen.
Off of the kitchen, okay. Thank you. Nothing further with this witness, Your Honor.
All right, then we will take the lunch recess from 1 to 2. So jurors will reconvene at about 2:02. Give everybody to pull out.
All right. Just be in no book here.
I didn't know it was empty.
Recharge these. Oh, yeah. That's for you. Well, I'll take one back, yeah. And one for the court, Your Honor.
Yeah, I just need one copy, right? Would you make two?
I'll go make two.
Okay.
I'll
Be
have
in recess for an hour.
printed.
Thank you, Judge.
If you don't mind.
This court is now back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, we're back on the record with case on trial. We are waiting for one a juror, but
Okay.
I know the court wanted to address the parties.
Yes, counsel, I think you've become aware that there was some issue perhaps with the audio feed going out on the live streaming and some people hearing some sort of whispering that may be counsel speaking to each other. So I haven't heard that anybody can actually hear any words, but let me just see, do counsel have any concerns about continuing in the same manner of recording, or are you asking that something be changed because of your concern that either that you may be intercepted or that it may chill your willingness to freely confer with fellow counsel? Mr. Camilio, Ms. Strasnick?
Strasnick and I are fine, Judge.
Okay.
You're gonna
No, we hadn't realized that before, and we had backed up to the camera, and they, thank goodness, after we started chatting, they did tell us that it was kept live.
Okay, so.
That was, we were concerned.
Oh, so you understand you were being perhaps slightly overheard, not from the electronic audio feed, but from the fact that you just were in some proximity to the camera itself?
Right.
Okay. So do you think you can deal with it as is now?
I think for today, yes, and then maybe we'll think it over. We're concerned because we're no longer having conferences amongst ourselves. I'm no longer speaking to my client at table.
Well, that's not inconsequential. I want counsel to be able to freely confer with each other and, of course, with Ms. Church. So if that's a concern right now, I want to address it right now. We've got a portion of the trial day left. So based on what you've heard, you feel like you may be overheard if you just continue to confer seated at counsel table with Ms. Morrissey, Mr. Norkunis, or Ms. Church?
Right, and what we don't know is, and I believe we received some communications that people specifically heard what we were saying to each other. I don't think any attorney-client stuff has gone out over.
They could hear the actual words.
I think they heard words. It was communicated to us. It sounded like they could hear the actual words. What we're not sure is
Were you talking about me, Mr. Scully?
We were wondering, what are we going to do next, Judge? Now, what we're not sure is it coming from this microphone? Is it coming from microphones back there? We don't know where we're getting picked up.
We think it was from here because we had somebody from outside send us a text message, and then when we did this, they said, we're hearing you. And then when we shut it off here.
When you hit, you're referring to hitting the mute button.
Mute
It,
Don't
they weren't able to pick it up, but we didn't realize that was also going nationwide.
Okay. Yes, our videographer has his hand raised and would like to provide some information.
I did want to apologize. Some courtrooms are different. Sometimes when the judge leaves the room, the clerk or the recorder hits a button and it stops the audio completely. So when you had stood up and walked away, I had gone over to my equipment, and then I looked over. Everybody was moving out of the room, and I realized the audio was still going through. So now I know when court goes into recess, I have to turn the audio off myself. So moving forward, it won't happen again. But I do always suggest when you do have private conversations, I wasn't hearing it because I got like the best audio coming through my ears here. So when they're talking, I can't hear them, especially if they hit mute or anything like that. But the thing that happened was a moment of recess when I could see the audio was going through.
But was that was coming through audio on your camera versus the microphones?
I only get audio from your microphones. So that's the only way that this cord is plugged into your audio feed. I don't have any audio coming from they can't hear me hitting my camera or anything like that.
So while we're in session, however, and counsel want to speak to each other in some proximity to the microphones we have at their counsel table, that's my concern, is that if they don't hit mute.
They should hit mute, but I've been paying attention and I can't hear. Sometimes I hear like a little whisper, but
If that's all you can hear, does that mean that that's all anybody live streaming can hear?
And usually the audio going out is a little bit less than
What you can hear. Counsel, if you know that you can hit, if, for example, Mr. Scully, you're in immediate proximity to Ms. Church, if you just lean over and hit the mute button, which you probably have been trained to do anyway, That should cover that. It may be harder to hit the mute button and then lean all the way over to Mr. Norkunis, but you could gather by one microphone and hit the mute button right by that microphone. I'll give you the opportunity to confer as much as you need to.
I appreciate that, Judge. And we think right now that we've been learning as we go that the problem, and I'm still learning, that the problem is with these upfront microphones, so the mute would be a solution that we would be content with.
Okay.
What we have to stay alert to is that correct? Is there any audio being picked up independently from the camera equipment?
Apparently not. We've been told. I'm sorry, your name, sir?
My name is Richie Morgenstern, Your Honor.
Richie Morgenstern?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your information, Mr. Morgenstern. I'm correct that you're not getting any audio from the camera. It's all picked up through the microphones.
Correct.
And you are going to remain vigilant, listening on your headphones to make sure that if it appears at any point that you're hearing something from counsel, you'll immediately flag that for us. And all right.
Let network know. We're about a minute delay as far as what goes out live, so I can stop something from going out.
That's also helpful to know because sometimes these counsel curse a lot. All right.
And even just another suggestion, and obviously you guys do your thing, even like blocking, like with your paper, like the football coaches do, if you block your voice to the microphone, or put your hand over the mic, grab the mic.
Okay, also good advice. All right, so we content to continue?
Content.
Very good.
We don't want the mics, Your Honor, we don't want the mics grabbed.
Okay.
Sorry, that
not the
interferes
Yeah.
with FTR, so.
All right, stay off of Miss Hart's
No,
mics,
do not touch the microphones.
or you'll deal with her.
Just one really quick thing. I spoke
Yeah.
to defense counsel. Mr. Fowler's son, who finished his testimony this morning, the Commonwealth is unaware of his desire to actually watch the entire trial. He did reach out. We told him no until we got some permission. I spoken to defense counsel. There's no objection to him being removed from the sequestration order as long as it's okay with the court.
It is.
Thank you.
All right, we will bring our jury in, and we've got the cross-examination about to begin of, who was it that was on the stand?
Sergeant Strong.
Sergeant Strong.
And I am going to ask, before I do any questioning, to mark an exhibit, which is a thumb drive. I don't know if you want to do that now, Judge, or just when we get started.
This is, you're going to have it, ask for it to be admitted?
Yes, it's the thumb drive. It's the complete set of photos for the search warrant execution.
Oh, all right, so it's photos in addition to what have already been marked?
Correct.
Mr. Camilio, this was your witness. Any objection to that? We can mark that right now.
Okay. So the way I have it right now is in this envelope, and I have the thumb drive inside. Mark it. And I labeled it. We could replace the label.
I'm gonna fix a tag to it. So I'll take that. Yeah? All right, yes. Yep. So this is exhibit 29, so marked.
Thumb drive with all search warrant photographs. All right.
You're welcome.
Welcome back. Very good. Yeah, we're ready, Mr. McMahon.
Roger that, Bill. You can come right in.
Yeah.
So the judge saying whoever is on the witness stand should speak right in the microphone.
Okay.
They can't all hear.
Okay. If you would just remind the witness, you don't have to really speak into the microphone because the jurors are having some difficulty.
So the jurors are indicating some difficulty hearing you, Sergeant. So just pull that chair right up and speak right into that microphone.
Yes, sir.
All rise for the jurors. Be seated.
Jurors, I understand that some of you have had a little difficulty hearing Sergeant Strong. You've done exactly what we want you to do. Whenever that's an issue, just make sure you let us know, and we will make sure that we make whatever adjustments. So Sergeant Strong's going to speak right into that microphone, and everyone will be able to hear. Mr. Scully.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I have some questions, just follow-up set of questions about the search warrant execution that you were involved in and testified to on direct examination.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, the date of the search warrant execution, was that, do you recall that date?
I believe it was November 22nd,
Okay.
2024.
Okay, and it was the, so you went to 108 Central Ave in Salisbury, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think the date could have been, well, the 14th of November, or do you think it was that late, the 28th?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to that. And so when you go to execute that search warrant, you were one of a part of a team, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And present in that team included Trooper Lewis Williams, right?
Yes.
For at least part of the search, right?
Yes.
And David Strong, correct?
That's me, sir. Yes, sir.
That's you, yep. John Lannon,
Yes.
Gary Camo.
Yes.
There was Captain John Costa,
Yes.
Lieutenant Peter Sherber,
Yes.
Sergeant Michael Kerrigan.
Yes.
Okay, and were there more people than that, or does that sound like about the full crew?
It was Trooper Cameron Ortiz. He's the one that authored the report.
And Trooper Cameron Ortiz, right. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Now, so this team arrives and is there to work together to enter the premises, make a complete search, take items of interest, and also document the search with photographs or the like, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall how long you were in the unit that was searched?
I don't.
Okay. Would you estimate that the search took an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours?
Yes, between an hour and 2 hours.
Okay. And you had sufficient time to do the search, right? You were
Yes.
there long enough to get the job done.
Yes.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 29, which was marked during the break, thumb drive, including search warrant pictures.
Yes, jurors, outside your presence, we had by agreement marked as Exhibit 29 a thumb drive that contains not just the photographs during the execution of this search warrant you've been hearing about that were introduced during the direct examination of Sergeant Strong, but all of the photographs that were taken during the execution of the warrant. And so, yes, you may pull those up if you wish and ask questions about them.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. They should appear on the screen. So the first photo, I'm going to go through some of these pretty quickly and then focus on a few, but this is the full set in order, and we're just going to click through them like a slideshow.
Okay.
So the first picture represents the exterior of the building with the number 108 on it, correct?
Yes.
And the next picture is actually the search warrant, which is photographed. It's brought to the location of the search to document that, okay, we have a search warrant and probably give it to anyone who might be there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The next picture is an exterior photograph of a yellow hose, right?
Yes.
And the next one is a staircase going up, right?
Yes.
These photographs seem to be proceeding in somewhat of a sequential order as if you were walking into the unit and taking them as they go, right?
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is more of a close-up of that staircase, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, as you enter the unit, the first picture here is appears to be sort of that back room space. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And there are 2 photographs in a row of that space. And if we could just click forward one. Okay, that's the second picture that zooms out a little bit, right?
Yes.
Okay, and in that picture, you can see what looks like kind of a bed or something with pillows on it, right?
Yes.
Did you come to learn later that this was an area that was used by Leroy Fowler in this case?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And looking at that, you can see what looked like some record albums or something up on the top shelf.
Yes, sir.
And you can see some photographs and decor on the walls, right?
Yes.
And I see a ship's wheel, right?
Yes.
And I see some, looks like an ashtray and a lighter on the bed.
Judge, in the interest of not objecting to every single photograph, I am going to object to Mr. Scully describing what can be seen in the photographs going forward for all of them. So I don't want to have to make that objection
Okay.
multiple times, but I am objecting to that.
I will give a little leeway to point out a couple of obvious things if need be, but otherwise we don't. The photos speak for themselves, and so if there's no particular insight this trooper who was on scene can provide, I will sustain any such objections.
Okay, so you look, thank you, Your Honor, and I'll try to keep it as tight as I can. So looking at that, I see 2 cans of what look like Fanta Orange. Do you?
Yes.
Okay, one is on the left, and it looks like it's in some kind of cup holder. Is that right?
Yes.
And one is on the right, and it looks like it's in some kind of cup holder. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, were those cans, both of those cans of Fanta Orange, taken as pieces of evidence?
I did not take either of those.
Okay. Do you know whether there's any liquid? Did you learn whether there was any liquid in either of those cans?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Are you aware that a can of Fanta Orange was taken at some point during the execution of the search?
Yes.
Do you know whether it was one of these 2, the one that was taken, or was it from maybe somewhere else?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Now, just flipping back to the prior picture, there's a Clorox bleach bottle there, right?
Yes, sir.
And then going forward again, now 2 pictures showing this shows the interior of the house, right?
Yes.
And so the room we were just looking at would be basically behind the photographer, and the kitchen and the living area is laid out in the foreground, right?
Yes.
And you can see some moving bins here on the left-hand side.
Yes.
And on the right-hand side, that is in that little cutout area, that's a recycle bin for items, right? Or trash.
Yes, the black bin in the island?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And going forward to the next picture, pretty much the same, right?
Yes.
And going forward to the next picture, pretty much the same, right?
Yes, it's as if you turned right into the kitchen.
Into the kitchen now. And in this picture, you see the pig on the wall that says, "Marry me, Leroy," with a question, right?
Yes, in this picture.
If you could go forward. Or maybe back to this one. Yeah. Okay. And then if you go forward again, there's some boxes and a box and a purse there, right?
Judge, objection. I don't understand.
Sustained unless it's questions about whether there was something they did or didn't take.
Okay.
Questions of that sort, Mr.
Do you know what's in that? Was that box opened and searched?
I don't recall.
Okay. And there's a couple of, down on the right-hand side, there's a couple of, looks like containers. Do you see those? The white and the blue one?
I do not. I see the 2 white containers on the ground.
On the ground, yes.
Yes, I see the 3 white containers.
Do you know what kind of products those were?
I do not.
Were those taken as evidence?
No.
Okay, going forward. And going forward again. And going forward again. Okay. In this picture, there seem to be some bottles, spray bottles, could be cleaning equipment. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what type of products those were?
I do not.
Were those taken as evidence?
They were not.
Okay, and what I mean by taken as evidence is things are collected that are of interest to the investigation, right?
Yes.
And then they're brought back to the state police, right?
Yes.
And they're processed as evidence and recorded as evidence, right?
Correct.
And then they may move through the crime lab for various stages of testing, which could be DNA testing, fingerprint testing, chemical type testing, right?
Yes.
And at each stage, it's sort of documented so you know where the item that's being tested really came from, right?
Yes.
All right, so none of those items went on that journey, so to speak.
No, sir.
Can we go to the next image, please? That looks like a close-up of those items. Next, please. And that looks like the back side of those. Next, please. Okay, here we have Fanta oranges, boxes down there. Do you know whether any of those were full or empty or what was in there?
I do not.
Were any of those taken?
No, sir.
Do you know what those 2 bottles of product are on the on what looks like a countertop of some type? A green bottle and a blue and black bottle.
I do not.
No, were those taken?
No, sir.
Okay, can we go to the next image? All right, now we're approaching the front room area, and there's a number of bicycles, right?
Yes.
Next image, please. Next image, please. Next image, please. And now this is going into the bedroom up in the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, next image, please. Okay. And in this image, there is, looks like some computer type equipment, at least a keyboard and an Apple computer, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether that was taken?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, you don't know whether it was taken or no, it wasn't taken.
They were not taken.
Okay, and this shows the bedroom area, right?
Yes.
And the bed itself?
Yes.
Okay, next image. And some medication, right?
Yes.
Next image. Next image. Next image. This shows into a bathroom area, right?
Yes.
Next image. Next image. Were these areas all searched as well as photographed?
Yes.
And there's some products in a cabinet there, right?
Yes.
Were those all looked at to your knowledge?
I believe so, yes.
And was any of it taken?
No.
Next image. Next image. Okay, and this is a trash bag with a little red stain under it of some sort, right?
Yes.
Was that taken or collected or swabbed?
No.
And you know what I mean by swabbed, right?
Yes.
Swabbed is where if there's an item such as a red stain, it could be presumptively tested to maybe see if it meets some criteria, or a swab can be taken of it, collected, and sent back to the lab to see if you can determine what it is and what's in it, right?
Yes.
And that was not done with this particular stain, right?
No.
Was that bag opened and looked in, do you know?
I don't recall.
Next image. It's the same one. Next image. Next image. Okay, so this is the recycle or trash bin that was in the kitchen area that we had just seen briefly before, right?
Yes.
And this is the image you can see on the left-hand side, what looks like the Powerade bottle, and you instantly recognized that it had an orange liquid in it, right?
Yes.
And that drew that to your attention, right?
Yes.
And so as a result, next image. All right, well, the next image is outside. Is that right?
That appears to be outside, yes.
And these are more recycle and trash bins, right?
Yes.
Next image. Another view of this outside area, right?
Yes.
Next image. All right, now this image here has the island area inside the house, correct?
It is, yes.
And there's a cardboard box and there's a cup on it, right?
Yes.
That cup, it's kind of a bronze cup, of some copper cup.
Yes.
Was that taken?
No.
And then there's a picture of what is the Rain-X bottle. Is that right? Or not a picture, but it's depicted in there?
Yes.
And that was taken, right?
It was.
Okay. And that's where it was found, right?
Yes.
And adjacent to the left-hand side of that is some other bottles, at least one bottle. Do you know what that product was?
Is it the orange bottle you're talking about?
Yes.
I do not know what it is, though.
With a black kind of spray top to it, black and yellow.
Yes.
Was that taken?
No.
Okay, a question about this, the Rain-X bottle. It's there, right? So isn't the process when you do a search warrant like this to come in with your team and to look through the area, not disturb anything? Is that right?
Yes.
And then when you find things of note, isn't the process to take a picture and then also in its natural state like it is, and then also put down like a yellow placard with a number that says, okay, this is a piece of evidence, we'll call it number 1, and take a picture of it like that?
I think that is probably the best procedure. We don't always do that.
And then, but in doing that, the reason it's the best procedure is because then you know right where something is, right?
Yes.
When in its natural state, not moved. And there's a placard, a number given to it, right?
Yes.
And then when it goes back to the state police and further on to the crime lab, that number 1, so to speak, gets identified with that product, which now gets a new number, right? A Mass State Police number.
Yes.
And then that becomes, they can track where that goes through that number, right?
Yes.
So where that would have been helpful is, and that was not done in this case, right?
No.
Going back to the Fanta orange cans, one of the Fanta orange cans was taken and brought back to the lab, right?
Yes.
And so if that process has been followed, then there would have been a yellow placard placed next to the Fanta orange can that was a specific evidence piece you were going to take. Let's call it number 2. Then it would have been photographed and we would know right where it was taken from, right?
Yes.
And that way we wouldn't have the confusion that we have about whether or not either of those 2 Fantas on the wall are the one that went back to the crime lab or not.
I didn't take either of those Fantas, so I
Right.
can't answer that question.
Right. Well, we'll just keep going. All right, so the next picture is a close-up of the Rain-X. Next picture. Okay, so that's the label, Rain-X deicer. Next picture. Again. And that's in the same spot, right?
Yes.
And then we go to the next picture, which appears to be some empty hard lemonade, a glass of wine, right? Next picture. Oh, and there's to the left, you can see there's a spray bottle of some sort, right? Do you know what that is? Is that?
I believe that's Febreze.
Looks like Febreze. That was of no evidentiary significance.
Correct.
Wasn't taken.
No.
Next picture. Next picture. Next picture. Again, prescription medications. Next picture. Next picture. That's Judy Church. That's her prescription, right?
Yes.
Next picture. Next picture. Okay. This is a picture of, I think we're back in the main living room, and it looks like maybe under a sink or something. Is that a disposal of some sort? The big black plastic piece of equipment in the middle?
Yeah, I believe that's the kitchen.
Okay, and so a counter, a cabinet was opened on the ground level, and all these products were in here, right?
Yes.
Were any of those products taken back to the lab?
No.
Were any of them inventoried to see what the manufacturer was?
No.
Okay, next picture. Now, some were taken out of that, and they were photographs. Fast Orange hand cleaner, Magic Zing, stainless steel dishwasher gel, right? And 2X metallic.
Yes.
Okay, were those items taken as potential evidence back to the lab?
No.
Okay. Next picture. Okay, so this is the Powerade bottle with the orange fluid at the bottom, right?
Yes.
And you were expecting to see red fruit punch because that's what the label was, right?
Yes.
And so it was set on the countertop next to a purse, right?
Yes.
And photographed.
Yes.
But that's not where it was found.
Correct.
Okay. It was found in the barrel below.
Yes.
And the cap was on.
Yes.
Okay. Next picture. Next picture. Now this picture is from outside, right? Looking in at one of the waste barrels was opened outside. Is that correct? Or is that inside?
I believe that's inside. I'm not 100% positive.
All right. And we're in there. I see more Fanta orange.
Yes.
Was that the Fanta orange that was taken back to the crime lab?
I do not know.
It looks like there's a second maybe Fanta orange potentially back there. Is that a second can of Fanta orange? I can see red and orange and green on it. Looks similar.
Yeah, I'd agree that's probably a Fanta.
Do you know whether that was the one that was taken back?
I do not.
Do you know what happened to those two cans that we're looking at right now?
I believe they stayed there.
Okay. And there's some Mike's Hard Lemonade, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything in the two orange Fantas? Any liquid?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And what about the mango hard lemonade? Was that taken or whatever that can is?
No.
Okay. Next picture. Out of focus. Next picture. Okay. This is clearly from the barrels outside, right?
Yes.
And next picture. And there is a shot of one of the barrels outside, and I see the hard mango, right? What's behind the pumpkin head ale? Are there more Fantas back there?
I don't know.
Was that looked through? Was that emptied and looked through to see what was in there?
I do not know.
Okay, so to your knowledge, you have no memory of that barrel being just emptied out, somebody wearing a pair of gloves and just checking the full contents to see what might be in there, what might not be?
I know I didn't do it.
Okay, and you don't have a memory of any specific person doing it right?
No, sir.
Okay. And adjacent to that is some cardboard box. Next picture. And you know whether that was ever emptied out to see what might or might not be on the bottom?
I do not know.
Next picture. Okay, yep, that's a good one. Well, not blurry, I mean. Okay, so this one has newspapers and some other, a blue and a green item.
Yes.
Do you know whether that was ever emptied out to see what, if anything, could be under the newspapers?
I do not.
Okay. Next item. Next item. Next item. Okay, we have a Powerade bottle here. Do you know where that was taken from?
Looks like at the steps into the back of the house.
I know where the picture is, but where did that Powerade bottle come from?
I do not know. I believe it came from one of the trash barrels outside.
Outside?
Yes.
So at least it's possible that someone reached under and found that and pulled it out?
It's possible.
Isn't that the process where if you do reach under now, as soon as you find it, before you sort of set it up on a different stage, you take a picture of where it was.
Correct.
In its natural habitat, right?
Yes.
And then you put another little yellow cone or number system there and know, okay, this is number 4, right?
Yes.
And then we would know when it moves over here, you could bring the number 4 if you needed to and take another photograph if you felt you had to, and we would know this is from there, right? Okay, but we don't have the benefit of that, correct?
Correct.
All right, next picture. All right, now we have set up 2 Powerade bottles, 2 prescription meds, and some dishwasher gel, right?
Yes.
Was the dishwasher gel taken back to the crime lab as evidence?
No.
Okay, now we have 2 Powerade bottles. Both appear to have a little red substance in the bottom, liquid. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are either of those 2 bottles the same bottle that we saw before, or are they 2 totally different bottles?
2 totally different bottles.
You know where those bottles came from?
I do not.
Okay, next picture. All right, here we have a black truck, right?
Yes.
And to the right is what looks like some kind of a trailer, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether that trailer was opened and looked through?
I don't believe so.
Do you know whether the bed of that truck was looked through and all those items taken out?
I do not know.
Do you know whether the doors of the truck were opened?
I do not.
Do you know whether that truck belongs to Leroy Fowler?
I do not.
Next picture, please. Next picture, please. Okay. What is that?
Appears to be a black bottle. Or
Black.
Cup.
It almost looks like a Yeti mug.
Yeah.
Is it?
It does look like a Yeti.
Do you know whether there were any contents in that?
I do not. I don't remember seeing this.
Okay. Do you know, was that item taken?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And obviously, if it's not taken, it can't be tested, right?
Correct.
All right, next picture. All right, this. Well, is that the black Yeti mug we were just looking at?
I never saw that black Yeti.
Or what, is it fair to call that a Yeti?
Yes.
And what's in the bottom? Can you tell? Is that a liquid? Is it something?
Objection, Judge.
He didn't see it sustained. They can make the same determination.
Okay. Do you recognize where that is staged on? Is that just put on the ground and then photographed?
No, I don't recognize it.
Okay. Was that taken and brought back to the lab?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, next picture. Is that the same item?
I believe so.
Okay. Has that got some liquid in the bottom of it?
It appears it does.
Was that liquid ever preserved?
I don't believe so.
Next item. Okay, this is inside the truck, right?
It appears it is.
Next, were those items removed and sort of inventoried at all?
If they were, I wasn't present.
Okay, next item. It's the front seat of the truck, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether there's a center console there? Do you know whether that was opened? It looks like it could pop open. Do you know whether that was opened?
I wasn't present for this.
Oh, really? You weren't here when this part was?
No.
Were you inside?
I must have been. I don't recall this. I don't recall this.
Okay, so if someone in the search warrant team was doing this, but you were, where were you?
I must have been inside.
Okay. Next picture. Okay, this is do you recognize this to be the white van?
Judge, he's already said 5 times that he was not present for the search outside, so I don't know how we can continue to ask him these questions.
Well, if he knows from having been on the scene whether he observed this and knows it was a van outside, he can say one way or another if you're able. Do you recognize that?
I do not.
All right, next question.
Okay, next picture, please. And so that looks like the white van. Next picture, please. It's the white van. Next picture, please. Next picture, please. Okay, we're back inside, right?
Yes.
And there was a refrigerator now, looks like a mini fridge that was opened, right?
Yes.
And there's Fanta cans that look closed, right?
Yes.
And there's Sprite cans on the bottom, right?
Yes.
And I think we saw an earlier image that had that blue bag on top, and I think the Fanta boxes to the left, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's 3 closed cans on top of the refrigerator, right? The top 2 shelves, it looks like.
We'll call it the green.
Above the Sprite.
Oh.
Are there
yes.
cans there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know were those taken out? Do you know what those are?
I do not know.
Okay, next picture. I think that's the last one. Okay. So, some of the evidence that was seized, right, was this item, which was exhibit number 21, which is the blender, right?
Yes.
Was there a specific photograph taken of the blender? Did you see it as I went through all those photos?
I did not see it.
Do we know specifically where this was?
I know it was in the kitchen in the cabinet above the sink.
In the cabinet?
Yeah.
Okay, was the cabinet open or closed? Any knowledge?
I don't recall, no.
Do you know what other items were around it?
No.
Okay. There was obviously the de-icer. This was taken and photographed.
Yes.
22, right? There was exhibit number 23, which is black eye foam, right?
Yes.
Do you know where that was found?
I believe there's
Specifically?
in the bedroom.
In the bedroom, okay. And that was the first room or that you came into and there were photos taken, or the bedroom up front?
The bedroom up front.
All right, and did I miss a photograph of where specifically this was found?
I don't recall exactly.
Did you see it as we were coming through those photographs?
I don't believe so.
Wouldn't it be the normal practice, if this was of evidentiary significance and the state police were going to take it, when they find it, to take a picture of it so it's documented exactly where it was?
Yes,
Do you remember anything specifically about where it was?
I do. I do not.
Okay, fair enough. Exhibits 18 and 19 are both notebooks. 19 is red, 18 is purple, right?
Yes,
Exhibit 18, was this documented in any of the photographs that we went through?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know specifically where it was found?
In the bedroom in the front of the house.
Okay, and where in the bedroom?
It was somewhere by the computer and the keyboard, but I don't recall exactly where it was.
Okay, fair enough. And what about the red, exhibit 19, the red notebook?
They were together.
They were together. Were they in a drawer? Were they on it? Do you have knowledge of that? Were they out in the open?
I don't recall.
And then exhibit 20 is the actual Powerade bottle, correct?
Yes.
That was seized and photographed, taken out of the trash or recycle bin, put up on top. Originally had the orange liquid in it, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's sort of a hazy color right now, right?
Right now it is, yes.
Does that suggest that it's been through some laboratory processes that have now, maybe fingerprinting or the like?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, and that could change how it looks.
Yeah, I believe so.
It was clearer,
Yes.
more like this when you originally found it, right? This is exhibit 13, right?
Yes, it was like that.
Which one was this? Which Powerade was this one?
I don't recall that one.
Judge, that is the Powerade that I marked for identification during my opening
Oh, that's
statement.
right. So that was a mock used in the openings.
Oh, that's exhibit B. I read it
That's
as 13.
yeah. No, it's not. So it's for identification. When we give something a letter, jurors, rather than a number, it means it's marked for identification, which means it's not in evidence, but our record will reflect what the item is by letter number.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Mr. Camilio, any follow-up?
Just maybe one or two. So I'm just going to show you one more photograph. Just ask you, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And you recognize one of the items that's been previously submitted to evidence being in that photograph?
Yes, a black iPhone.
Stop it, it says the next exhibit, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Next exhibit.
Exhibit 30, so am I.
Okay.
I take it no follow-up to that?
No follow-up to that. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. You missed that. Thank you, sir.
Judge, could we be seen for 2 minutes?
Yes.
Bring up that exhibit before I lose
Oh,
it.
yes.
Jurors, there's one more witness the Commonwealth could call, but I'm going to give you all a break, maybe more so give me a break, because I'm not feeling too sharp. And so I think we're going to recess for the day. We've had already a long and productive day. I was just conferring with counsel on the schedule, and we are moving right along. If anything, we may be a little bit ahead of the schedule as I've laid it out for you, so things are progressing well. I want to thank all of you for your time and your attention today. We're always grateful for that and for your patience. We may need your patience even more next week because there may be some down periods. We've got some witness scheduling issues, so there may be times where you're waiting for us while we're trying to deal with that. We're about to enter on a weekend, apparently our 5th week in a row with rain. It's not a great forecast, but the very best thing you can do for yourselves as jurors, in this case and on behalf of the parties in this case and the lawyers who represent them, is put this case completely out of your minds. Go back to your lives, enjoy the weekend as best you can, doing whatever it is you'll be doing, and come back on Monday fresh and ready to continue to hear the evidence with an open mind. So until we see each other again, please don't discuss the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves. And please don't allow yourselves to see, read, hear, or overhear anything from any outside source about any aspect of this case, and do scrupulously avoid seeing any press coverage, whatever there may be, of this case at any time. Thank you all. I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you on Monday morning.
All right. Just leave your notebooks on the chair. Yours on the floor.
We'll remain in session briefly.
Court's back in session. You can be seated.
So, Mr. Scully, you were talking about providing me with a set of the text messages between Ms. Church and Mr. Fowler that you'll want to put in, perhaps through Trooper Williams, so I'll be able to go through those. And it may be that there are some days next week where, perhaps Monday afternoon is one of them, where we will let the jury go at 1 o'clock if we move through witnesses so that we can take these things up without delaying the jury that afternoon, for example. I'll get a sense of that when I go through the messages, whether that might make sense.
May I
But
approach the clerk?
yes, you may.
Your Honor, would you like these marked for ID as well?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And the prosecutor also has a full set. And for the record, these are text messages taken off of Judy Church's phone. It's the full set of the month of November 2022.
Just by the microphone, excuse me, Mr. Sully. Thank you. We want to make sure we're picking you up.
So it's the full set of text messages between them in the month of November 2022. I believe the first message is November 5th. I don't think there were any one before.
Do I have a set of what it is that the Commonwealth is putting in?
Judge,
So this is the entire
I'm not
universe
looking
of text.
I looked at what Mr. Scully gave us. I don't see anything in there that I would be looking to admit. I don't think any of it is admissible. It falls into sort of 3 very broad categories. The vast majority of it is the defendant and Mr. Fowler discussing having sex with other people. Or porn related to those discussions. There are also a number of messages that the defendant wrote to Mr. Fowler after he had already gone off into the hospital, and he was obviously not responding to those because he was not at all coherent, or I don't think he has his phone with him either, because we found it in the house. He didn't take it to the hospital with him. So those are all post-date hit the 911 call. So there, I don't know even know what the purpose was. I don't know. She was writing him messages that obviously he couldn't respond to.
Is the Commonwealth putting in other texts between Mr. Fowler and Ms. Church?
Not in that range, Judge. I don't expect that to happen right now. I expect that the text messages that we would be putting in are there are some text messages that Ms. Church sent to other people one of which we discussed in the motion in limine, and which we provided to counsel. They were primarily with her and other people. There's the Tammy one that we've already discussed. And then there is one where she texts a friend where she says, I want to, I'd like to sting somebody to death. I would like to poison somebody. I've already picked out the person that I want to poison. So that would be the main one, Judge. And none of those were with Mr. Fowler, so I don't see any completeness issues or anything like that.
Okay. And just to reiterate, I think what Mr. Scully, you told me before, your theory of admissibility on this sheaf of texts between Ms. Church and Mr. Fowler that's now marked for identification as is in aid of the Bowden defense. That is, the police had the opportunity to go through these messages, and the theory is they would reflect Ms. Church's affection and continued engagement, involvement as a girlfriend of Mr. Fowler, and therefore should have led them to look elsewhere other than just at Ms. Church as potential cause of his death?
Yes. In a nutshell, I would say this is primarily Bowden and bias related issues, police bias that developed against Ms. Church with a rush to judgment in this case. And that what these text messages reveal is that from November 5th in particular through November 11th, they were existing in a period of great harmony. They were planning in their final stages and packing to go to Florida. And they, the night of November 8th in particular, they were texting throughout the night and in a very harmonious way, let's say, an intimate way. And there was no evidence of the anger or the motive at that time to kill. It's the exact opposite in that time frame. And as far as what happened to Leroy, which keeps echoing around quietly in the ether here, is if the Commonwealth's theory holds up that somehow somebody was able to slip into Leroy Fowler's drink and an unnoticed, untasted substance, it could have been anywhere. And it could have been anyone. And we don't even know that that bottle of Powerade that the prosecutor held up the sample of and called it the murder weapon, we don't even know for sure that that was what he was drinking or all he was drinking. We know it ended up in his trash. There's some assumptions we can make, but there are some assumptions that could point in other directions that have yet been really fully explored in this case.
You're not raising a particular third-party culprit defense.
No, I don't think we're going to get there.
I don't either. At least I haven't heard anything to
Right.
suggest that we would.
Yeah, I think what happened to Leroy does remain a bit of a mystery, and that's why I framed this as a reasonable doubt case at the end of the day is, well, something happened to Leroy that's bad. There's a few potential options. The court knows what they are. And I do think that some may emerge as a little more juicy or possible than others, and we'll see what happens. But I don't have any reason to think we get to a third-party culprit stage and point the finger at someone.
Well,
That's the
what I
exact
understood,
opposite.
what I understood from your opening, and what I understood from our discussion earlier, where I was probing this particular issue of what the defense theory might be on why Mr. Fowler might intentionally ingest this substance, was essentially, as you told the jury, you may come to some belief or supposition about what might have happened, but it's not our job to explain that to you. The Commonwealth has a burden of proof. They have a theory, and we're going to show you there's real reasonable doubt about that theory. That's the gist of it, correct?
That is right on.
All right.
Although we do, still want to explore. We have live witnesses and people with motive, people with bias, people that were having. Barbara Randall was in the exact opposite posture of Judy Church in November. Barbara had a falling out with Leroy. The text messages show Leroy breaking up with her.
Right.
She was irate at him at the same time that Judy was, in this, nice, warm, loving space with him. And, and he had just spent some time with her not long before that. And then there's some text messages out there that a few days before, I think looks like it's October or so, end of October. He looks like through the text message, he drank himself into some kind of blackout, ended up in Newburyport, didn't know where he was. He needed Barbara to pick up his motorcycle. He was asking her for help. She wouldn't do it. It's kind of a mess of text messages, but it appears that he had this foray completely somewhere else before sort of coming back to Judy's house and kind of settling in for like, okay, now I'm going to Florida.
Well, I'm not sure what, if any, of all that the jury will hear. That's what we'll be having these discussions, but you're at least giving me a sense of what's out there, which is all new to me.
We view it as a very complex picture, right? It's a complex picture, and trying to give the jury a fair overview of what people were doing, what they were saying to each other, who had motive, who didn't have motive, who had opportunity, who else had opportunity, and what they may make of that is all under the umbrella of reasonable doubt, not specific third-party culprit.
Mr. Camillo?
Well, it sounds pretty third-party culprit-y to me. But
Well,
I don't want to get into that.
if the suggestion is Barbara Randall was a woman scored who had a motive to do this, that's very, as you put it, third-party culprit-y. But I don't think we're going to get there based on what I
don't either. And I don't want to belabor that issue, Judge. I will. Ms. Strasnick is far more prepared and organized than I am. So we actually have for the court, and we've already provided them, when I say we, Ms. Strasnick, provided to defense sort of the universe of Judy Church text messages and notes on her iPhone that we may introduce to Trooper Williams. So I will, with the court's permission, provide them to the court so the court can take a look at those as well.
And we'll mark those for ID as well. Do
As
you want to
one
mark the texts and the notes separately? Are they segregated there, Ms. Draper? in some fashion?
They're with separate.
Yes, Your Honor. So I can, with permission, I'll mark the text as J and the notes as K.
And obviously, to the extent that things develop during the cross or with other witnesses, there might be additional ones, but those are the ones that we've sort of identified at this point.
That's helpful for me to know and see. All right.
And if I could just flag one issue, that I don't have a planned objection to the notes. They're long. I'm still looking at a lot of words, a lot of sentences. So we're still looking at those, but I don't have anything planned. The area of biggest concern that I have relative to the text messages that are now being marked for identification is that a number of the participants are not witnesses or named people as potential witnesses. And so now we have this, among other potential objections, this conundrum that when Miss Maliki, I think that's her name, and when her name gets said, do any of these jurors know her? We don't know. There's like 3 of those witnesses. Cam Foley is one, who happens to be the defendant's sister, and there's another woman in there.
These are correspondence in the text messages that the Commonwealth expects it'll be offering?
Right, and they're from Judy to these various people. Now, we may not have objections to all of them, and some are more objectionable, we think are worse for our case, and others go both ways. We see value in some of them, so we've got to make some strategic decisions. But I think there's a fundamental flaw in introducing these exhibits without putting the witness on to say, I received that text message, and giving the defense an opportunity to cross-examine that person about the content and the context of those messages, the relationship, other things that may have been said, things that could have been said verbally, and then, of course, just the pure, does the jury, what if they know one of these people? So I think I would put that on the court's radar as we're preparing something in writing along those lines to have filed by Monday morning.
All right. Well, I'll consider that. I take it the Commonwealth would be offering these through just the fact that they were a Cellbrite extraction from a phone that the data indicated was subscribed to by Ms. Church?
Yeah, she told the police it was her phone.
Oh, all right.
Provided them with a password.
So there's that authentication in that manner. To the extent that there is something lost to the defense and not being able to ask correspondence about context or their own impression of tone, I'll look through the text messages. I certainly wouldn't think that there would be anything in any communications by people other than Ms. Church that would require the jury to assess the credibility of those individuals. In other words, we haven't given their names to the jurors, and we haven't asked if they know any of these people, but I don't think they're going to be assessing the credibility of whatever responses they may have made in these text messages. I may feel differently after I read them, but I'll read through them. I'm going to have to stop, I think. But I'll read through them this weekend, and we'll have an informed discussion sometime on Monday about all these matters. Perhaps we'll take the afternoon outside, having let the jury go, to finalize whatever rulings I need to make after hearing from counsel.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We'll be in recess until Monday morning.
Have a good weekend.
I will. I'll be in the pink on Monday, I have no doubt.
We don't need to do it, do we?